Good evening, councillors and members in the public gallery. I will officially open this evening's ordinary council meeting at 7 p.m. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. Is that better? Okay. Item 3, there are no announcements from the presiding member this evening. Item 4, attendance. Councillor Clark and Councillor Sutherland are on leave of absence this evening. All remaining councillors are present in the chamber. Applications for leave of absence. Are there any councillors who would like to apply for a leave of absence? Deputy Mayor?
12th and 13th of July inclusive, and the 27th to the 31st of July inclusive.
Councillor Ostaszewski?
Thank you. For the 7th of July through to the 10th of July, please.
Thank you. Councillor Bull?
4th and 5th of July, 10th and 11th of July.
Thank you. If there's no others, can I have a mover? Councillor Palmer, seconder. Councillor Johnson, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Item 5, disclosures of interest. Are there any councillors who have an interest to disclose? Deputy Mayor.
Item 10.4.3, listed as proposed relocation of loading bay on 8th Avenue Maylands. My mother owns 46th 8th Avenue, and I know the majority of the surrounding business owners. It's an impartial interest.
And you'll be staying in the room. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My first one is 10.5.4, which is under the Bridge Activation Claughton Reserve. As Chair of the Reconciliation Advisory Committee, discussions with elders have taken place in our first meeting, and that needs to be noted. Thank you. And also 10.5.1, as Chair of the BCCA, Bayswater Childcare Association, we have one of our childcare places on Robert Street, so they're just making a note of that. And the third one is the concrete batching, 10.4.2. I have previously discussed at Council issues of community concern regarding the concrete batching plant. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Thank you. Item 10.6.1.1, Community Facility Lease and License User Agreement Policy. I am a member of a few community groups that are covered by this policy. So it's an impartial, and I will stay in the room.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Nope.
Thank you. Councillor Bull.
Thanks. 10.5.3, proposed temporary road closure, Cherry Court / Doyle Street, Morley. The applicant, Tonkin Gap Alliance, is undertaking the Tonkin Gap project, which is occurring behind my home. It's a proximity interest, and I'll leave the room. 10.5.4, under the bridge activation, Claughton Reserve, Bayswater. The applicant, Tonkin Gap Alliance, is undertaking the Tonkin Gap project, which is occurring behind my home. It's a proximity interest, and I'll leave the room. 10.6.1.1, Community Facility Lease and License / User Agreement Policy. Just a sec. I have a number of impartiality interests, being a member of the following: the Bayswater Historical Society, the Bayswater Men's Shed, the Bayswater Bowling and Recreation Club, Bedford Bowling Club. I'm on the board of the Bayswater Childcare Association, and I'm a vice patron of the Bayswater Morley Cricket Club, and I'll stay in the room.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I'm item 10.6.1.1, the Community Facility Lease and License User Agreement Policy. It's an impartial interest. I'm a member of not-for-profit group that is covered by this.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Likewise, 10.6.1, I have an impartiality interest because I'm a current member of some of the groups mentioned in this report, Environment House, Ellis House and the Bayswater Bowls and Recreation Club, and have been a past member of some of the clubs including Naranda Netball, my daughter's a member of SES, Bayswater Childcare, Bayswater Toy Library, Morley Eagles, I was previously employed by the WA Ballet, not by the WA Ballet, sorry, Census, who bought the WA Ballet building and have attended events at the WA Ballet, and Bayswater Little Ass. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ostaszewski.
My apologies.
Thank you. My first one is for item 10.4.2, proposed alterations and additions to the concrete batching plant at Collier Road. It is an impartial interest and I will be staying in the room to vote on that one. My second one, my interest is that I was invited to attend the facility to see what they do and to look at the proposed alterations. In regards to 10.4.4, proposed land dealings, various rights of way in Bayswater and Naranda, my auntie and uncle gave a deputation last week because their two properties abut one of the rights of way. This would be an impartiality interest, and I would usually stay in the room. However, I've also considered perception and the point of transparency. I've also looked at any financial or indirect financial interests, and I've also looked at the Act and regulations in regards to what a close person can be, and none of those apply. But in the interests of perception and transparency, I will be leaving the room and not voting on this item.
Thank you. Councillor Maleka.
Thank you. Yes, I have an impartial interest for 10.4.2. I also visited the concrete batching plant for a tour to take a look at the modifications that are up for us to vote on tonight. And also 10.6.1.1, I'm a current member of Ellis House. Thank you.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 10.6.1.1, I forgot to say that the childcare is not-for-profit and is among those leases of which I'm the chair of all of them. And just also, I did do that in the developers register, that I attended the concrete batching as invited. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eason.
Mine will be the same. The 10.6.1.1, just a member of one of the groups that's linked in the lease agreements. Impartial, and I'll stay in the room.
Thank you. Councillor Ostaszewski.
Sorry, and yes, I recall now I'm also a member of one of the clubs that could potentially be affected by this lease agreement, so 10.6.1.1, impartial, staying in the room. Thank you.
Any others? No, I'll declare 10.4.2, proposed alterations and additions to concrete batching plant. I too was invited to visit the plant and do an inspection. It's an impartiality interest and I'll be staying in the room. So I'll now move on to item 6, which is public question time. Members of the gallery, I'll first call for questions on items on this evening's agenda, and then I will open questions to items not on the agenda. Please keep in mind that you are limited to 3 questions. So if you have a question on an item on tonight's agenda, please come forward and state your name.
My name is Michelle Amos. I live at 48 Robert Street in Bayswater, and I have two questions about 10.5.1. My questions are, why does the conversation about traffic action hinge on traffic surveys and data and not on duty of care for the 11 community groups who use the amenities on Roberts Street. The amenities are a physio, pathology, doctors, chemist, school oval, a primary school, 2 before and after school, and 1 is the City of Bayswater jurisdiction, a church hall and 2 churches. Roberts Street services these community groups from 7 a.m. till 9 p.m, 7 a.m. in the morning till 9 p.m. at night, 7 days a week, not including midnight mass and other church events and fairs, weddings and funerals. And many of the users are vulnerable, children, elderly and disabled. And I didn't realise until now that it brings a lot of people together, and possibly more so than King William Street does. And so it would be prudent for it to be managed. And my second question is the council able to show some leadership regarding GPS, e.g. Google Maps, redirecting traffic, including heavy vehicles, as a preferred route over King William Street, resulting in Roberts Street carrying more traffic than anyone else, even though all streets are classified the same? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. In response to your first question, data collection is an important tool in assessing traffic issues and developing potential mitigation options. Appropriate data collection and analysis ensures that any proposed treatments will address the identified problem as much as possible. The City is committed to providing a safe road network to all users of our roads. In response to your second question about the Google Maps, the City has no control over private companies such as Google Maps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Anna Husker and I live at 56 Roberts Street in Bayswater. My first question is, the issue of rat running forms the central rationale of the petition we put to Council for traffic volume control in Roberts Street. Why has the report on item 10.5.1 not addressed the issue of rat running in Roberts Street?
Thank you for your question. Rat running has been detailed as a concern in the subject council report and in previous council reports.
Is that it? My second question, the WA functional road hierarchy includes multiple criteria for the appropriate use of local access roads. It states that the intended use of local roads is to provide access to abutting properties and that heavy vehicle use should occur only to service abutting properties. So my second question is the rat running in Roberts Street, including 60% of afternoon traffic that's rat running and 400 trucks that are rat running each week, consistent with the functional road hierarchy criteria for the appropriate use of Roberts Street?
Thank you for your question. The Main Roads WA road hierarchy is a guide that indicates target levels of traffic volumes for particular classes of road. It does not control whether a certain class of vehicle can or cannot use a particular road. That being said, it is acknowledged that rat running and heavy vehicle use are an ongoing concern in Roberts Street, and this situation has been exacerbated by the current Bayswater train station redevelopment works.
I find it funny that volume is the only part of the hierarchy that's talked about. When the hierarchy appears in a table and has multiple criteria, of which the council only seems to choose to focus on traffic volume and not the type of use that is clearly described in that hierarchy, and I'd be more than happy to provide that to council. Question 3. If the existing case to council for traffic control in Roberts Street, including 96% of residents between Murray Street and Guildford Road asking for traffic volume control is not enough, could you please help us understand what would convince the City that traffic volume control is needed in Roberts Street?
Thank you for your question. The city does believe that traffic management is required in Roberts Street and recently proposed a number of treatments. A number of these were not supported by the community. The city is about to undertake traffic management works within the area and will continue to monitor traffic movements in the area and recommend improvements as necessary.
The speed humps that were proposed for Roberts Street are to controlled speed, of which the council has stated we don't have a problem with. The speed humps that were also proposed, Main Road said should not be used on roads that have a steep gradient, of which Roberts Street has. And the other speed hump proposal, which were cushions in the street, won't stop wide-based trucks that can just drive right over them without being impacted at all. So I think we rejected the proposals by council based on very sound rationale. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Usker.
Hi, my name is Kevin Power. I live at 33 Robert Street, Bayswater. With respect to agenda item 10.5.1 and known rat running along Roberts Street, Bayswater, can council please provide an update as to the most recent engagement efforts or discussions with Main Roads with respect to reintroduction of a right-hand turn from Guildford Road onto Garrett Road?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the director.
Yeah, through the chair, the most recent discussions with Main Roads indicate that. Sorry, the most recent discussions with Main Roads indicate that a right turn at Garrett Road, at Guildford Road onto Garrett Road isn't in their forward planning. Okay. Is there a process or procedure within Main Roads to prompt a re-evaluation of that assertion and re-implementing a right-hand turn, and what's involved in that? Yeah, through the chair, I don't think there's a formal process, but obviously the city can write to Main Roads, once again reinforcing the desire to have that reinstated. That'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Andrew Mack. I live at 61 Robert Street in Bayswater. I've lived there for over 17 years. I have three questions for council. The data that council has shows that Robert Street is increasingly used by vehicles that contravene the requirements of Main Road WA's road hierarchy, including in 2020 over 400 trucks per week on that road. Robert Street is an access road under this hierarchy, and any decisions to force more vehicles to use this road will go against the Main Road hierarchy. Given that ongoing speeding and rat running is occurring, what is council proposing to do to respond to the concerns of the residents?
Thank you for your question. The Main Roads WA road hierarchy is a guide that indicates target levels of traffic volumes for particular classes of road. It does not control whether a certain class of vehicle can or cannot use a particular road. The city is not proposing any actions to force vehicles to use Roberts Street. The city is about to undertake traffic management works within the area and will continue to monitor traffic movements and recommend improvements.
I'll move on to my second question. It's a neat segue. The perception held by most residents on Roberts Street is that council is either ignoring or not understanding the facts of this matter. The empirical data that you have shows that there has been an increase in volume of vehicles together with the inappropriate use of the road by these vehicles. And council is looking to force more vehicles of that type onto this road, which includes a doctor's surgery, a physiotherapist, a chemist, two primary schools, a daycare facility, and two churches, together with all the residential properties. Why is council not taking appropriate action to resolve this matter properly?
Thank you for your question. Council has been and will continue to be provided relevant information on traffic matters throughout the city. As detailed above, this area, and particularly Roberts Street, are proposed to be reassessed following the impending installation of traffic treatments in the area and in conjunction with a review of the impacts associated with the redevelopment of the Bayswater train station.
Move on to my third question. There is over 11 years of evidence showing a worsening problem. Evidence has recently been provided to council, again within an officer's report that is either poorly prepared at best or at worst misleading. This data appears to have been ignored or misunderstood, and together with the fact that Robert Street is an access road under the main roads hierarchy. Will Council commit to a working group with residents, complete with terms of reference agreed to by both parties, to see this matter resolved and move forwards?
Thank you for your question. The option of forming a working group has been included in the council report for consideration this evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stéphane Boulier. I'm a resident of Robert Street as well. And I also have a question regarding, I had 3 questions, but 2 of them have already been answered, or I should say unanswered. So I'll just focus on my first question. Residents have made multiple requests for access to the traffic data collected in Robert Street by the City of Bayswater. However, the city has not responded to any of these requests. So, is it council policy to withhold traffic data from residents? And if so, why?
Thank you for your question. It is not a city policy to withhold traffic data from residents. It appears that one previous request from yourself was overlooked, and the city apologises for this oversight.
There was multiple requests. Anyway, I would just also add on the truck issue. I believe that the Metronet data has the ability to detect when a truck travels along a street. So having access to the raw data would allow to settle the matter on trucks as well, which we think there's way too many. And I shall add that this issue predates as well the ongoing works that exist with Metronet and the Tonking Gag project. It's been there for years. There was data collected in 2020 that doesn't appear in this report. I know because it was in front of my house. It might not be the City of Bayswater, but if it's not the City of Bayswater, it's likely to be Metronet. It would be handy to get access to that data because it wouldn't be affected by the current work. And so it would be a good base point to make some sound judgment on what's going on in Robert Street without having to wait for another, many, many years. I shall also remind Council that back in 2014, there was another report that was published by the city that clearly highlights Robert Street as having ongoing traffic issue and suggested some treatment, some mitigation.
Excuse me, Mr. Boulier, could you please ask your second question?
I don't have a second question because you've already chosen to not answer them from the previous residents. I'll just make a point. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Gordon. I live at 58 Robert Street and I've lived there for 22 years. My children have grown up and now are driving around and have missed the opportunity to have a safe street because the volume of traffic has increased over that period of time. I have 2 questions. I had 3 questions, but the first question was asked previously about running and heavy vehicle usage in Robert Street being ignored by council. Your response was that it should be a safe road for all users. As residents, we disagree. It's not a safe road for all residents because of the volume of traffic that's in there currently. So what is, and it's been identified as a concern by council as well as residents who formed that petition. And so what is actually being done to alleviate that concern?
I'll go to the director.
As stated in previous responses, basically we are looking at the situation. So I say that in the context of the work that is about to be done in terms of traffic improvements throughout the area, and also in conjunction with Evolve Bayswater, who are responsible for the the train station redevelopment. We're looking at further works associated with their works because one of the development approval conditions was that they need to mitigate against any impacts associated with the change in road network associated with their work. So they're the two fronts where we will be looking at further treatments in that precinct.
So the roadworks, or the bits of rubber or whatever it is that they've put in there have pretty much been squashed by the trucks that come up the street so far. My second question, the precinct bounded by the main roads of Guildford Road, Garrett Road, Watley Crescent and King William Street is predominantly a residential area, and as such, all roads in this area are classified as local access roads. This should mean that all roads within the precinct are primarily used for access to properties within the area, and heavy vehicles are not allowed, except for deliveries to properties within this area.
Sorry, that's just the bell for 15 minutes. Can I ask if there's a mover and a seconder to extend public question time? Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Osazowski. Can I put that to the vote? All those in favour? That is unanimous. Sorry about that. Please
Thank you.
Continue.
Except for deliveries to properties within that area. Recent data demonstrates that Robert Street has carried 4 times more general traffic and 9 times more commercial vehicles, including up to 400 heavy trucks a week, than the surrounding streets within the same precinct. There is a clear inequity for the residents of Robert Street to bear this load of traffic volume, and it is clear from our petition that we've all had enough. There are options available to deter the rat runners and reduce traffic volume, and this is what we seek to have implemented in our street. Why is it okay to continue to allow the easy, straight-through access for all vehicles along Robert Street between Watley Crescent and Guildford Road?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the Director.
Yeah, firstly, I would comment that it'd be very unusual for a road network to have equal traffic on each road. Typically with a network, you'll find that there are roads that appear to be more obvious links, and by the nature of some of the facilities they have on those roads, be it schools and other commercial developments, they will attract more traffic. So I think there's those factors that need to be taken into consideration as well. The other factor that needs to be taken into consideration is the impacts on making significant changes on one road and what it does to other roads. So they're all the things that are taken into consideration when we look at roads such as Robert Street.
And when will that happen?
I'll go to the Director.
As I said, we're looking at that in conjunction with the current works that are about to be undertaken and also with Evolve Bayswater in terms of the impacts that their works have.
My third question. The Council has previously acknowledged the high traffic volumes in Robert Street, as stated in the Leake Street, May Street Bike Boulevard frequently asked question document published in July 2017 by the City of Bayswater and the Department of Transport. When asked were there any other streets considered for the Bike Boulevard, I quote, "Robert Street was also considered, but traffic volumes were too high. Other local councils, such as the City of Stirling, have managed this such high volume traffic and rat running issue within their local access roads, whilst considering the needs of all residents within a precinct." There are solutions available that satisfy the needs of residents for access to their properties, whilst also deterring the non-resident rat runners, commercial vehicles and heavy trucks from using roads that are designated for local access only. In line with the City of Bayswater's Strategic Community Plan 2021 to 2031, when will the City of Bayswater address the high volume of traffic and rat running problem for the residents of Robert Street and implement an evidence-based solution?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the Director.
Yeah, through the Chair, as stated previously, the intention is to implement traffic treatments in the precinct and then to monitor those and also to work with Evolve Bayswater to look at solution or mitigation controls associated with the works that they're undertaking.
So I can't understand how it's taken a report in 2014, another acknowledgement in 2017, and we're in 2022 and we're still considering an evidence-based solution to this problem that we've known about for 8 years.
Thank you for your questions.
Shall I start? Okay, my name's Wendy Garstone. I live at 136 Crawford Road in Maylands. And I will cut back my questions this evening. I won't go into background. So question 1 relates to item 10.3.2 regarding the urban forest strategy. Is there any state or federal government agency or industry or environmental group to which the city is required to provide progress reports to on the implementation of our urban forest strategy?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the Director.
Yeah, through the Chair, my understanding is that there isn't, but we'll provide reports basically internally to the council. So, yeah, what I'm saying is we'll provide reports to the council, but not externally.
Could you please speak better into the mic?
Okay, I'll repeat that. We don't actually report externally, but we will provide internal reports to the council.
Will they be made public to the made public?
Through the Chair, I suppose if they're presented in the council agenda, they'll be public.
Thank you. My second question to the same item. Will the city be creating an implementation plan in accordance with Appendix 2 of the Urban Forest Strategy? And will this be made available on the city's website?
I'll go to the Director.
Through the Chair, the strategy has got a template in there and it has got some actions listed in that template. That list of actions is actually being implemented and that has been reported to Council through the Audit and Risk Committee in the past, and it will be presented to Council again. In terms of implementation plan that deals with actually planting on the ground, we will develop a program that will basically outline how we're going to plant the trees on the ground.
And will that be made available on the website?
Through the Chair, at this stage we haven't decided whether it's going to be made public through the website, but it will be something that will be discussed with the councillors.
Thank you. One last, actually I'll leave the last question because I know there's other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Branka Radanovic, 11 Slade Street, Bayswater. Item 10.6.1.4, Revised Urban Trees Policy, page 324, under the heading Tree Planting, second paragraph. If the city, together with the 6 councillors holding a majority, adopt the proposed revised urban trees policy, and I quote, the revised policy states that new trees will be planted under the annual tree planting program unless requested otherwise by the adjacent property owner. Therefore, property owners will still have the opportunity to not have a tree being planted on their verge. End of quote. The City of Bayswater may become known as a pariah council with such a retrograde inclusion. This will not only impact our city, but also our neighbouring councils. The proposal states, quote, unless requested otherwise by the adjacent property owner, and property owners will still have the opportunity to not have a tree being planted on their verge, end of quote. My question is, how does this inclusion align and progress the urban forest strategy?
Thank you for your question. We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Question 2. How does the city see such proposed ad hoc verge tree planting, especially the low canopy target areas, as being efficient and cost-effective instead of a street-by-street continuous planting program, planting a tree on every verge? It is common sense that this would be a cost-effective exercise for the city.
Thank you for your question. We'll take that on notice.
And my third question relates to item 10.3.2, Urban Forest Strategy Update, relating to Green Dreams. I would say we are past the dreaming stage. We should be actualising the dreams by now. I moved to Bayswater 40 years ago, having a dream for a greener Bayswater, and have consistently advocated for this. Sadly, I have continuously encountered obstacles from the city. Only in the last decade have we seen some positive movement to green our city. I don't want to keep dreaming. It's time to stop the dreaming and make the green plan a reality. My question is, can the councillors resolve to drop the proposed Green Dreams spin title and simply call it Urban Forest Planning, City of Bayswater?
Thank you for your question. Councillors have heard your comment and will take that into consideration.
Aileen O'Rourke, 66 King William Street, Bayswater, and representing Bayswater Urban Tree Network. I was going to miss this question, but given the responses, I just want to ask, from the feedback on the Bayswater Urban Tree Network Facebook page, there seems to be some confusion on this matter, and it really needs clarifying. Does the city believe in the settled science on climate change and its effect on urban heat?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the Director.
Through the chair, yes, we do.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the next question, and this is, sorry about you guys, it's a bit long. I want to share comparable policies from a number of different LGAs, and I'm talking about 10.6.1.4. Town of Bassendean draft policy proposes, and the Town of Bassendean is considering this tonight, tree planting to achieve a continuous tree canopy will take priority over a resident's refusal to accommodate street trees. This is intended to clarify a shift in the approach that is taken in order to put the public good and overall net benefit or well-being of the public versus the private interests of individuals. The town will take into consideration a resident's feedback in order to accommodate, where practical, any valid concerns. It is not an opt-out policy. It's not saying we will allow people to opt out. City of Stirling. The city is responsible for the planting of city trees as identified under its annual programs, which include community tree planting programs and street tree requests from residents and occupants. And the town of Vic Park, tree planting and retention, tree planting to ensure continuity of street provision will take precedence over adjoining property owners' refusal to accommodate street trees. Bayswater, however, proposes where a new tree is proposed for a verge tree, that is not a replacement tree, the council will plant the tree unless requested otherwise by the adjacent property owner. You have stated just then that the city believes in the science of climate change, and on the record from 2014, the council has resolved to increase the city's tree canopy to mitigate urban heat island. And yet, unlike Stirling, Victoria Park, Bassendean Council, Perth Council and a number of others, your policies do not reflect a strong commitment to the common good. Why has this council decided that individual choice should trump the common good when our city is in dire need of increased tree canopy?
Thank you for your question. That policy will be considered by council tonight and they'll take those comments on board.
Okay, quickly. If the recommendation under the urban tree policy are accepted, and in this case, in the instance, the ability of residents to object to the planting of a verge tree adjacent to their property, will this be communicated to residents when they are informed by the city that a tree will be planted? I'm hoping this won't have to happen, but so when you get a letter to say you're getting a Banksia tree here next week, will it also say, and you have the opportunity to opt out?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, when letters go out informing people that the city is planning to plant a tree on a resident's verge, it will state in that letter that they can contact the city to discuss the type of tree that's being planted and the location of the tree. So that's what we're going to say in that letter. If they then choose to ask for the tree not to be planted, then that will be dealt with at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Erin Pedretti. I hope you recall my deputation from last week regarding the urban tree policy. I was unable to be here because I've got 2 small children at home, but I've made the effort to be here tonight to represent my children and their generation's need for walkable streets as they grow older in the city of Bayswater. I'm in the belief that aiming for only 20% canopy by 2040, I believe it to be an extremely short-sighted and irresponsible management by the city. In 2040, my children will be 22 and 19. I sincerely hope that by that time, by the time they are young adults, that all local governments in the Perth area will be working towards to implement between 35 and 40% tree canopy targets. My question is the City of Bayswater able to consider and implement a plan that allows for at least 30% target by 2035? If not, why not?
The urban forest strategy is being considered this evening by councillors, that they've heard your comments and we'll take that into consideration.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, my name's Jamie Petrovic, live in Grey Street, Bayswater. It's about concrete batching plant. Refer to item 10.4.2. I note none of the councillors or senior staff live within the 500 metre radius of WA premix noxious plant.
Sorry about that. I'll just, it's been another 15 minutes. Do I have a mover? Councillor Palmer. Do I have a seconder to extend public question time? Councillor Sazowski. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you, Mr Petrovic. Please continue.
Where was I? Senior staff live within the 500 metre radius of WA premix noxious plant. So I'm left to wondering, how can you make a moralistic judgment on these recommendations and changes that do not personally affect you? I can only hope you have done your due diligence. As I've said many times before, the poisonous silica dust that is damaging to health, as advanced technology and research shows, the long-term effects silica is chronic bronchitis, emphysema, scarring of the lungs, cancer, and the list goes on. The WA Premix Material Safety Data Sheet, Section 2, Hazards Identification, S22, reads, do not breathe dust. Section 2, once again, R48/20, danger of serious damage to health by prolonged exposure through inhalation, applies to concrete dust. This plant will be releasing their dust on us forevermore. And due to excessive noise of heavy vehicle, traffic and plant operations, etc., is expected with their aim to increase their capacity and production from their current 35% to 100%. They've been in business for 30 years. They were well aware of all the rules and regulations, but also knew how the system could be manipulated to benefit themselves. Question 1. You personally wouldn't be confronted with this on a daily basis. If you live within 500 metre buffer radius, as we do, would you want an outsider to approve these changes in operation hours on your behalf? Question 2. Why does the West Australian Planning Commission require Category 77 noxious plant to be positioned in the core of an industrial zone and not on a boundary and sensitive land use? And question 3, have WA Premix ever exceeded their production limit and who oversees the policing of it? And may I finish by saying, if this noxious plant has been built in another location and would have the requirement of 500 metre buffer, I would not be here opposing any of this. My neighbours and myself would be living in peace and harmony, but here we are. And we've been doing this for 11, 12 years now. You know, it's just wrong. And they knew, yeah, it's just wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, Mr. Petrovic. I'll go to the Director to respond.
Thank you. Through the Chair. The buffer and its location has been determined by the State Administrative Tribunal. So the location has been approved by the State Administrative Tribunal at that site. My understanding is they have taken into account the buffers and the relevant requirements. The application that Council is concerned tonight is in regards to the alteration additions to that. There is a condition that is recommended that there will be no increase in the production levels. So that is one of the conditions that has been included in the officer's recommendation. I think that's probably a summary in terms of response to the questions raised.
Thank you.
Could I get this handed out to each and every councillor, please? Just let me know if you can't hear me up there, please. Barry Kramer, Central Ward, living in the 500-metre buffer zone of WA Premix. I refer to item 10.4.2. We, the ratepayers, have come here tonight searching for 8 things: respect, honesty, equality, trust, courage, change for the better, a guaranteed assurance, and the time to express our concerns and questions. Is there any objections to that? Thank you. From the very start, it can be said, without the proper 500-metre buffer zone, this company, WA Premix, is operating their noxious concrete batching plant in our residential area. As the owners of this local government, we have the right here, and we have the right to be here, and we also have the right to be heard. I speak on behalf of those who have been forced against their will to live in a 500-metre buffer zone created by WA Premix's noxious concrete manufacturing plant here in the city of Bayswater, Western Australia. On behalf of all those ratepayers present and remote, of whom afforded me the right to act on their behalf for this moment, I say, we first make it known that we have learnt to accept that this noxious plant will be there operating in our front yard forevermore. And we have adjusted our lives to cope with that, as restricted as it is. Secondly, we make it known that council is not our enemy. We believe you are simply being misled by an administration that is stuck in the old age culture of control, one that is out of touch with reality. We see that as an unaffordable weakness and requires immediate change. Because we are dealing with bullies, as the Speaker, it is not my intention to act outside the law, infringe on copyright or defame innocent people. The opinions and comments provided will always be honest expressions of personal opinion and fair and reasonable comments based on what is believed to be true and factual. The aim in presenting this information is to inform and educate the public with honest and fair comment. We are normal, everyday people. So during our synopsis and our question, we ask for your tolerance and most of all your respect. The accused, WA Premix, has taken over our homes, our gardens, our residential streets, our sporting fields and our sensitive Bayswater Brook, all to use as their environmental 500-metre protection zone from this day and forevermore. They have arrogantly ignored the will of the people. They have robbed us of our amenity and our children's health and safety. They have taken our community's harmony and interfered with our peaceful enjoyment. They have locked over 200 ratepayers into their 500-metre environmental protection exclusion zone. Our families have lost the right to be protected. They have ignored our council's unanimous decision rejecting their noxious concrete plant without a buffer. They have ignored our administration's earlier recommendations, rejecting their noxious plant without an environmental buffer. They use our residential streets as rat runs for their 18-tonne trucks. They trash our roads and spill gravel and concrete regularly. They cover us, our homes and our cars in dust. They have lessened the value of our properties. They operate in hours in contradiction to when they are allowed to operate. They create noise at hours they should not be making noise. They have treated ratepayers, council rules and regulations, advice and policies without care or concern and with absolute contempt. They have cost us ratepayers $400,000 plus of our savings in lawyer fees. They applied for and received another $112,000 plus court costs. That totalling an unnecessary expense of over $500,000 of our ratepayers' money. Ratepayers to help ensure they become even wealthier than they are. They have cost our local government administration thousands of man-hours in dollars of man-hours. What it has cost ratepayers today has profoundly altered the way we now live. That money and time should have been spent on maintaining and developing our community assets and ensuring our well-being. A parliamentary Hansard report censures the SAT decision, confirming SAT's maladministration. They have ignored, ridiculed, and now spoken to invalidate our town plan scheme number 24. They have built a noxious environmental destructive plant that has 3 times the production capacity of what they are currently licensed to produce. A victims' protest held on the steps of Parliament House was supported by our now Premier Mark McGowan and 2 of his ministers, all rejecting this noxious plant. The Department of Waters and Environmental Regulations Works Approval Application, Category 77, dated the 1st of September 2014, submitted by WA Premix, has been reviewed by a number of experienced professional people, and in their opinion, it contained approximately 46 deceptive, untrue, false and misleading statements, each with a potential penalty of $50,000 as written in Section 112 of the EPA Act. After all that, they are now asking for permission to make their noxious plant even more efficient and easier for them to make more concrete, more money, more dust, more noise, and eventually more victims. The latest information tells us they are currently operating at 35% production. Imagine what life will be like for their victims when they reach their target of 100% production. Our whole community fails to benefit in any way, shape or form from this noxious plant. Sadly, the local government director's recommendation, item 10.4.2, is seen to focus only on giving benefits to satisfy WA Premix, while in opposition to the needs and wills of ratepayers within the 500-metre radius. It also fails to show respect and acknowledgement to ratepayers' legitimate health, environmental and financial concerns. We see that as an unacceptable administration weakness, one that carries unchangeable consequences, thus losing even more of our trust, our rights and our protection. At their deputation, the 21st of June, they were asked to and were required to leave the room while the person talking against their proposal was speaking. One of WA Premix associates arrogantly ignored the chairperson's request, remained seated in the gallery and was privy to every word spoken by their opponent. I am told that person was WA Premix David Donabella. For that arrogant lack of respect shown to our local government and its processes, we ask for that deputation to be censured, struck off the record, totally ignored by councillors present, a public apology and edited out of the YouTube recording. Moving on. For those with an agenda, would you please turn to page 173. The current WA premix application to upgrade relates to the following requests. Modify waste and water recycling management. They only need that ready to increase their production. This plant was designed to cope with a 100-year storm. There is no need to upgrade any of that. Upgrade of dust monitoring equipment, they do not need council approval for that. They need it to increase production. Addition of a second driveway and crossover, they need to do that for increased truck numbers and movement. Amendment plant operating hours, they need to do that to increase production and make more money. It also gives them the opportunity to use the cover of darkness to do a dust-creating dry mix, as they have done in the past. That is on video. Now just take a moment there. Without cherry picking, may I ask Council to consider disregarding the officer's bias recommendation, a recommendation that carries a forever consequence and will allow and assist the owners of this non-compliance noxious plant to operate and produce more emissions, more concrete, make more money at the expense of our community's health and well-being. Now to the questions. Question 1, and I thank for your patience. Question 1, and this goes straight to the Director, past the Chair. Why would an EPA and DWER policy requiring a noxious concrete batching plant to provide a 500-metre separation buffer distance away from a residential estate?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the Director.
Thank you. Through the Chair, as mentioned previously, the actual location of the concrete batching plant...
Can't hear that. Can you speak into the mic, please?
Okay, thank you. As mentioned previously, the SAT did consider the actual location of the concrete batching plant, the actual use on the site, and in its wisdom, they did decide to approve it within 500 metres buffer.
I'm sorry, I hardly heard a word of that. Could you repeat it?
Sorry, just before you do.
I'll just ask the question again in case you missed
Mr.
it.
Kramer,
Yes?
the bell just went off, so I'm just going to seek to extend the public question time.
Thank you.
So I have a mover, which is Councillor Palmer. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ostaszowski. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Please continue.
Thank you, councillors. I'll repeat the question, and please, I want an answer to my question. Why would EPA and the DWER policy require a noxious concrete batching plant to provide a 500-metre separation buffer distance away from any residential estate? Why would they do that? Why would they write that as a policy or whatever? Why would they?
Through the Chair, my understanding is that it is to address unreasonable noise and dust.
Bingo. Could you just repeat that for me, please, Mayor? I didn't get it.
I'll ask the Director to repeat.
You know, I do have a hearing problem. That's why I'm yelling out at the back.
Through the Chair, I'll try again. It is our understanding, the city's understanding, that those state requirements is to address unreasonable noise and dust from a concrete batching plant onto within the buffer area.
Sorry, I think you said that they're unreasonable.
Noise and dust.
Sorry?
Noise and dust.
That's what they're there for?
This is what he's saying.
Okay, thank you, Ellie. Question 2. As this noxious... Oh, sorry. Could we please show page 191 of the agenda on the screen? Is that possible?
I'll ask the minute taker if he could please put on page 191 of the agenda on the screen.
Redacted. There you go. Welcome to local government. 191 is actually a picture. In my agenda anyway. Well, this one hasn't even got not 191. I rest my case. There is a picture in the agenda, the one that I've handed around there tonight. Have a look at the one that I handed around tonight. You will find that at the bottom of that page is 191. Am I right? Am I right? Thank you. Could I have that page displayed on the screen, please?
Does the minute taker have this page? Are you aware of what was handed around?
Yeah.
192. It's obviously slightly different to what you've handed around.
I'm sorry, Philomena, I can't hear you.
It's slightly different to what you've handed out. You've made notes on this and...
No, that came off the agenda that was supplied on the internet.
Yep, but have you done a circle?
I've done the circle.
Yep, so what will be displayed on the screen is slightly different to
That's
what you've
fine.
handed out.
That's fine, I understand that.
Okay.
I do understand that.
Okay, just to be clear. Have you got 192 that you can put on the screen or not? Oh.
On anyone's agenda here?
It's redacted. Yeah. That's 191.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kramer, we're not able to put that on the screen.
I think that was a no, was it? Sorry.
Correct.
Okay. Righto, councillors, sadly this was going to go to the director as well, but we can't do that. What I've sent you out is a copy of your page 191 that's vanished. Question 2, as this is a noxious category 77, a local government declassified noxious plant, would you please show us where the EPA and DWER 500 metre environment separating distance buffer resident exclusion zone is? I've actually showed you myself by doing that half circle, that radius, okay? What the idea was here was I would like the director to show me where this is supposed to be, because there is no way can this plant operate without that 500 metre radius. And have a look at the amount of houses that are in that victim circle.
So just to clarify, the question is, can the director show you the buffer zone?
Yes,
A
on that
500
picture.
metre,
Yeah.
a 500 metre
Yeah, I know the
zone.
answer to it. There is none. Can you confirm that, please? There is no buffer on that picture on page 191 that's been redacted.
Through the chair, that's correct. Not shown on that plan.
Sorry, there is no buffer?
Through the chair, there is the park.
There is no buffer. That's a park. That's called SLU.
Yep, okay. I was just looking at the offices. My understanding it is within that buffer, the residential area.
That park, the back fence of that block is 180 metres from someone's front door. We want a buffer of 500 metres, thanks.
Do you have the next question, Mr. Kramer?
I'm sorry, Lou.
Do you have your third question, Mr. Kramer?
When I get the answer to that one, I'm happy to move on to question 3.
So just clarify the question, please.
Yep. The question again is, as this is a noxious category 77, are you familiar with that?
Yes.
A local government declassified noxious plant, would you please show me where the EPA and DWR 500 metre environmental saving, separation, buffer, residential exclusion zone is? It hasn't got one. We'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Question number 3. Could you now show us where in your 23-page council recommendation you referred to this missing EPA and DWR 500 metre environmental saving separating buffer residential excluding zone is? You wrote out a recommendation, 23 pages, and not anywhere in that recommendation was the word buffer, exclusion zone, 500 metre environmental saving separation distance or anything. Is there a reason for that?
I'll go to the director to respond.
Through the chair, the actual buffer relates, my understanding, and I can get the manager to clarify, relates to the establishment of a concrete batching plant. But that has already been approved in terms of SAT approved the actual location of that concrete batching plant.
I'm sorry, but you didn't approve it, did you?
No, but SAT's decision is valid. It has been granted planning approval to be at that location.
We understand that they took it to SAT because they're bullies. We understand that, and we accept that now. But what we don't want to see is the people that we pay to look after us say that they can make it bigger and better with no buffer. That's right. I'm speaking here on behalf of all these people here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer.
And I got to say that I note you recommended that they open at 4 a.m. How good is that? I've got to tell you also, if you were working for me, I'm a businessman. Be goodbye, Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I will just take this opportunity to remind members in the gallery that Council does hear deputations the week before the OCM. I'm just waiting. No. So this evening is for public question time. So generally, something like that, if you have statements to make, should be heard as part of the deputations. Do I have anyone else who has any further questions on an item on tonight's agenda? If not, are there any questions on items not on the agenda? No? So, councillors, we have received questions in writing from 10 ratepayers. So please bear with me. I will read these out. So the first question is from Ms. Chenoa Anderson from Bayswater on item 10.3.2, Urban Forest Strategy Update. Question 1. I refer to the officer's recommendations under background. This states that the Ordinary Council meeting of September 2014, Council resolved that in order to mitigate the urban heat island effect and to provide considerable environmental benefits, city officers investigate options to increase the city's tree canopy from 13.2% to 20% by 2025. Can you please provide a summary of the outcomes of this resolution from 2014 until now? Response. The primary outcome was the creation and adoption of the Urban Forest Strategy in 2017. Subsequently, city officers have been implementing the provisions of the strategy, and the most recent LIDA survey from 2021 indicated the city's canopy had grown to 14.55%. The next question is from Ms. Kate Poll from Embleton on item 10.3.2, Urban Forest Strategy Update. Preamble. In the officer's recommendation at 2, the City clearly recognises the need for shade near schools, town centres and areas with low canopy coverage, and yet the proposed verge tree policy allows residents to opt out with no good reason. These two recommendations seem incompatible. Question 1, how will the City resolve this? Response, the City will develop a targeted planting program in line with the strategy recommended in the Green Greens report. If the policy is adopted as presented in the agenda, the following general process is suggested. The City will advise property owners that their verge has been selected for a new tree. This will include information on the planting. If no request to not have a tree is received from the adjacent property owner, the City will proceed with the planting. In this case, the City will not be seeking any further feedback from the property owner. However, the owner will still be able to contact the City to discuss further. If a request to not have a tree is received from the adjacent property owner, the City will discuss the request with them and through this discussion, provide them with information regarding the benefits of trees and the reasons why the City is wishing to plant on their verge, street and the general area. They may change their mind through this process. What is also important is that if a tree is not planted on a verge now, following a request from the owner, the City will still seek to plant a tree there in future as circumstances may change. Question 2. How will walkability in the areas be achieved with the inevitable creation of gaps when residents opt out? Response. If a tree is not planted on a verge now, following a request from the owner, the City will still seek to plant a tree there in future as circumstances may change. Question 3. How does this align with the urban forest strategy? Response. If a tree is not planted on a verge due to a request from the adjoining resident, it does not change the strategy and the fact that a tree is still suggested at the location. If a tree is not planted on a verge now following a request from the owner, the City will still seek to plant a tree there in future as circumstances may change. The next question is from Miss Kate Bowker from Bayswater on item 10.3.2, Urban Forest Strategy Update, and item 10.6.1.4, Revised Urban Trees Policy. Question 1. Was the recent canopy coverage calculation undertaken before or after the tree clearing that has occurred as part of Metro Networks in the City Bounds and the Tonkin Gap project? Response. The tree canopy figures are determined from a LiDAR survey, which is taken every 3 years for the City of Bayswater. The last survey was undertaken in February 2021. It is believed that the majority of clearing was undertaken prior to this date, particularly that relating to Tonkin Highway. This clearing is accounted for in the February 2021 canopy results. However, there has been more clearing undertaken after this date related to Metronet works. This clearing will be captured as part of the next LiDAR survey scheduled for February 2024. Question 2. With regards to the tree canopy target, what considerations have been given to the increased loss of tree canopy on private land? Councillors, do I have a mover to extend public question time? Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Palmer. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against, Councillor East and Councillor Earhart. That is carried. I'll just continue with question 2. With regards to the tree canopy target, what considerations have been given to the increased loss of tree canopy on private land due to development? Response. The work undertaken as part of the Green Dreams report explored the impact of development on private land and the tree planting required to offset a business as usual scenario. The Trees on Private Land and Street Verges policy also deals with trees on private land and developments. The City is also exploring other options in regards to retention of vegetation on private land. Question 3. Given the significant public interest in the Council's decisions around verge trees, please outline why a community consultation group has not been established to provide input to the Urban Forest Strategy and Urban Trees Policy. Response. The Urban Forest Strategy was prepared in 2017 and involved consultation. The current report to Council is not proposing to alter the strategy, apart from changing the canopy coverage target from an aspirational target to a practical target. The Urban Trees Policy is a Council policy. Council policies are not normally put out for public submissions or consultation unless it is a statutory requirement. There is no statutory requirement to seek public submissions or consultations for the urban trees policy. It is normally a requirement for planning policies as they form part of the city's statutory planning framework and have legislative powers. The next question is from Miss Mandy Collins in Bayswater on item 10.3.2 or Urban Forest Strategy Update. Question 1. Why is Council proposing changes to the urban forest strategy which will impact the whole city without consulting the community? Response. The current report to Council is not proposing to alter the strategy, apart from changing the canopy coverage target from an aspirational target to a practical target. The city will be undertaking tree planting in accordance with the strategy and to the current capacity of the city. Question 2. Why is Council proposing to move the goalposts by reducing the 2025 target rather than increasing efforts to reach the target, especially in light of the City of Bayswater's incredibly low green cover? Response. The current report to Council is not proposing to alter the strategy apart from changing the canopy coverage target from an aspirational target to a practical target. The City will be undertaking tree planting in accordance with the strategy and to the current capacity of the City. The City is not proposing to reduce its tree planting output. Question 3. Why is the City of Bayswater not meeting the goal of 20% tree canopy by 2025? Why has action on the urban forest strategy been so slow and insufficient? Response. A significant portion of the city's tree planting efforts of recent years is currently not registering as an increase in canopy coverage. The trees need to grow over 3 metres to be identified under the canopy survey and to add to the canopy coverage total. These efforts, as well as the proposed tree planting this winter and in coming winters, will have impact on the canopy totals beyond 2025. Not meeting the 2025 goal is not necessarily the result of any lack of effort, but rather the lag between effort and realising the results of that effort. Next question is received from Miss Rachel Mercy from Bayswater on item 10.5.1, Traffic Management, Robert Street, Bayswater. Question 1. The data that Council has shows that Robert Street is increasingly used by inappropriate vehicles and volumes are increasing. To add to the concerns is the fact that Leake Street's Bike Boulevard is rarely used by the community due to its steepness. As a result, kids and families with or without prams all tend to use Robert Street to access the schools and other facilities. Has Council considered this and what is it intending to do about safety on Robert Street? Response. The City considers these factors when assessing traffic issues. The City is about to undertake traffic management works within the area and will continue to monitor traffic movements in the area and recommend improvements as necessary. The next question is from Miss Ainsley Cusmano from Morley on item 10.6.1.4, Revised Urban Trees Policy. Question 1. The 2020 Greener Spaces, Better Places report identifies COB as the nation's leader in the growth of grey cover. In 4 years, COB saw a 6.9% growth of grey cover, which is 1.7% higher than the second place LGA. It listed COB as one of 20 LGAs facing very high challenges to maintain or grow green cover. I'm interested to know why you are considering changing the goalpost with regards to our canopy targets rather than addressing obstacles in your path, such as the budget. Response. The current report to Council is not proposing to alter the strategy apart from changing the canopy coverage target from an aspirational target to a practical target. The City will be undertaking tree planting in accordance with the strategy and to the current capacity of the City. Question 2. The Australian Urban Design Research Centre's Green Dreams report states that if the City continues planting at the same pace, it would take until 2040 to reach 20% tree canopy. This wasn't a recommendation, but a revelation of neglect. Surely the response is to incrementally increase the number of trees. Why has the City come to the conclusion that 2040 is acceptable? We don't want dreams, we want a greener, cooler, beautiful city. Response. A significant portion of the trees planting efforts of recent years is currently not registering as an increase in canopy coverage. The trees need to grow over 3 metres to be identified under the canopy survey and to add to the canopy coverage total. These efforts, as well as the proposed tree planting this winter and in coming winters, will have impact on the canopy totals beyond 2025. The assessment undertaken under Green Dreams indicate that 2040 is a realistic and practical target within the city's planting capacity. Next question is from Mr. Brendan McGrath from Embleton on item 10.6.1.4, Revised Urban Trees Policy. Question 1. The opt-out mechanism provides a new right for property owners to object to having a tree planted on that verge. The revised urban trees policy includes no exemptions for the opt-out mechanism. Accordingly, opt-out could quite feasibly deny the community access to shade at unsheltered bus stops for decades. Do councillors believe that allowing an individual property owner to veto access to shade on public transport routes used by many people would be a good outcome for the community? Response. If a tree is not planted on a verge due to a request from the adjoining resident, it does not change the strategy and the fact that a tree is still suggested at the location. If a tree is not planted on a verge now, following a request from the owner, the city will still seek to plant a tree there in future as circumstances may change. Question 2. The opt-out policy gives the owner of the adjacent property the power, not the resident, the power to object to having a tree planted on the adjacent verge. This means that a property investor who owns property in the City of Bayswater but may not live in the City of Bayswater or WA and may not have any connection at all to the community would be able to dictate to the city about where it cannot plant trees on the city's own land. Do councillors believe that would be a good policy outcome? Response. If a tree is not planted on a verge due to a request from the adjoining resident, it does not change the strategy and the fact that a tree is still suggested at the location. If a tree is not planted on a verge now, following a request from the owner, the city will still seek to plant a tree there in future. Question 3. At the December 2021 OCM, at least one councillor who voted to change the then urban trees policy stated that it was creating confusion and concern. Do councillors believe that introducing a third version of the urban trees policy in a 6-month period increases or decreases confusion or... Response. The policy is there to provide city officers guidance on tree-related matters. When making decisions that affect adjoining residents and property owners, the city will use the policy in making those decisions and will also explain the reasons for the decision to them. The next questions are questions regarding items not on the agenda. This question is received from Dr. Katie Thevios from Bassendean about aqua classes at Bayswater Waves. My question is with regard to the change of day for one of the evening aqua classes at Bayswater Waves. In all my time accessing the facilities at Bayswater Waves, the 2 evening aqua classes have always been scheduled on a Monday and Wednesday. With the return to regular programs post-renovations at the start of this year, the Wednesday night class, which was removed, was not reinstated. An alternative class was scheduled, firstly on a Tuesday and then changed to Friday. To my knowledge, this change of day was decided without consulting members who regularly access the classes, whether it be in person or via electronic survey. Other members and I have made representations to the relevant coordinator, team leader at Bayswater Waves, requesting that the historical Wednesday night aqua class and instructor be reinstated whilst maintaining the Friday night class. Disappointingly, our requests have fallen on deaf ears. Question 1. Could the City of Bayswater please shed some light on the reasons for not reinstating the historical Wednesday night aqua class and instructor when there is a demand for it? Response. The aqua aerobics timetable has been affected by a number of factors, including the recent renovation of the indoor 25-metre pool, availability of instructors, ongoing restrictions relating to the COVID-19 pandemic, and competing program demand for pool space. Whilst the city appreciates that this situation does not suit all participants, programs have been scheduled to avoid interruption as much as possible. Your feedback has been noted and will be included in future reviews of the timetable. Question 2. With regard to the first question, does the City of Bayswater adopt inclusive practices when scheduling aqua instructors? Disappointingly, and in more recent times, it appears that the most mature, experienced, effective, competent, engaging and reliable aqua instructor is being scheduled to take less classes than other instructors whose demonstration of the above is less evident. Could the City of Bayswater please shed some light on this, as the reliability of a particular instructor has resulted in classes being cancelled, impacting members attending aqua classes? Response: yes, the City adopts inclusive practices when scheduling aqua instructors. Question 3. Could the City of Bayswater please provide an update on the outcomes of the recent noise complaint made with regard to the sound system used in aqua classes? Whilst from my experience the noise level issue was not obvious, the changes have been made to the noise level and location of the sound system has impacted members being able to clearly hear the instructor and music in certain areas of the pool. Response: the City continues to comply with instruction from WorkSafe in regards to the sound system volume in aqua classes. Equipment that assists in maintaining compliance and minimises loss of program quality has been ordered for delivery in the near future. The next question is from Miss Terry Burton of Morley regarding dog agility area at Arbour Park, Morley. Question 1. Why is there no fencing around this dog agility area, as it is dangerous because there are countless unleashed dogs bounding freely around the park? Response: Arbour Park is an unfenced dog exercise area, which means dogs are allowed on the reserve whilst off lead. As untethered dogs are allowed in the unfenced area, it was not identified as being necessary for the agility area to be enclosed with fencing. Significant public consultation was undertaken regarding the works at Arbour Park, and the dog infrastructure was requested by the community through this engagement process. Question 2. Are there plans to build a fence around this dog agility area? Response: there are no plans for the dog agility area to be fenced, which is consistent with other dog exercise areas across the city. Question 3. Is the council prepared for the mauling of a child or dog? Response: the City expects all dog owners, handlers to behave in a responsible manner and to comply with legislative requirements of the Dog Act 1976. While this is a designated dog exercise area, therefore dogs will be off lead at the location, dogs do still need to be under effective control. Should anyone experience concerns about the behaviour, i.e. aggression, of a dog in the location, they are encouraged to contact the City's Rangers and Security on 9272 0972 or 1300 360 333. It is also a requirement for dogs to be on lead within the playground area. Therefore, should anyone experience dogs off lead in that location, they are also requested to contact the City at the time of the incident occurring. The next question is from Mr. Harvey Tonkin. And I'll just check, Mr. Tonkin, are you happy for me to read these out? Yep. Question 1. Over 2 weeks ago, I rang the garden section RE Bindi weed growing on the lawn at the entry to Bayswater Waves near the steps. I asked when the council will be treating this weed. The staff member phoned later and advised that it was programmed to be completed within 1.5 weeks. I walked past the grassed area last Saturday and observed that the weed had covered a large area of the grass. I rang on Monday to inquire what had been done and was advised that this was allocated to a private company and no one could advise when the job would be completed. Why does it take the council so long to attend to small jobs like this, and when will it actually be done? I watched lots of barefoot kids running over the grass, and very soon the prickles will show and the kids will be affected. Response: the City of Bayswater remains fully committed to pursuing the completion of our work in a safe, diligent and reasonable manner. Unfortunately, we are being impacted by the materials and labour shortages the country is facing due to the ongoing outbreak of the COVID-19. The contractor assigned to treating the bindi within the lawn area adjacent to Bayswater Waves has informed... I've been talking for 15 minutes. Do I have a mover to extend? Councillor Palmer. Councillor Johnson seconding. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osuzowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson, myself. All those against is Councillor Eveson, Councillor Earhart and Councillor Peterson-Pick. So I'll continue. The contractor assigned to treating the bindi within the lawn area adjacent to Bayswater Waves has informed us that the works have been delayed due to a significant number of their staff needing to isolate in accordance with state government requirements. The contractor recently informed officers that works have been rescheduled for the week commencing Monday, 11 July 2022. Question 2. Over a period of 3 weeks, I initially phoned the Ranger Service regarding a parking problem, corner of Deschamps and Belfast Street, where a vehicle was parked in such a way that when you approached the junction, you had to drive out into the road just to see around the parked vehicle. I spoke to a ranger who said that they would investigate. I rang a couple of days later to inquire what resulted. The staff member advised that there was no job recorded. I was then advised to write an email, which I did with some photos. The response was that photos were no good and I needed to phone the rangers when I could see the problem, which I did. I'm still waiting for a response. Why is it that the council wants so much information from the ratepayer, name, contact number, vehicle type, rego number, exact location and written email, and then just dismisses them without any response to their query? Will I receive a response? Response. The city's records indicate the city received a phone call and email complaint regarding parked vehicles causing an obstruction at the Deschamps Road and Belfast Street intersection from Mr. Tonkin on Monday, 13 June 2022. The city provided a written response on Wednesday, 15 June, advising Mr. Tonkin that the city is unable to take any kind of enforcement action based on photographs, as a city officer must attend and obtain their own evidence prior to issuing a notice for any unlawful parking, as per the Local Government Act, and requested Mr. Tonkin to contact the city at the time the offending behaviour is identified, so an officer can attend and take any required enforcement action. An officer also attended the location on 13 and 14 June and observed no offence being committed. At approximately 4:20 p.m. on 15 June, Mr. Tonkin contacted the city regarding a complaint pertaining to parked vehicles causing an obstruction at the Deschamps Road and Belfast Street intersection. An officer attended the location, however, did not identify any vehicle being unlawfully parked. All information obtained from a complainant is annotated and recorded into the city's record system to ensure accurate details are provided to the attending officer. Whilst email notification of the issue may assist, officer attendance to ensure a timely response is requested to be made via telephone. That's all of the public questions that we've received. I'll now move on to item 7, confirmation of minutes. Do I have a mover to confirm the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting on the 24th of May 2022? Deputy Mayor, do I have a seconder? Councillor Strzowski. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. Item 8, presentations. Petitions. Do any councillors have any petitions to table? No? There are no presentations this evening. Deputations were heard at last week's agenda briefing forum, and there are no delegates' reports this evening. Item 9, method of dealing with agenda business. Pulling first this evening will be Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Could I please pull items 10.2.6, 10.3.1, 10.3.2, 10.5.1.
Sorry, was the next one 10.3.2?
Yes.
10.3. Yep.
10.5.1, 10.6.1.1 and 10.6.1.4.
Did you pull 10.5.1?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Maleka? Nothing. Councillor Sosowski.
And not at this stage, thank you.
Councillor Palmer.
10.4.2. Thank you.
Councillor Easton.
Yes, please. 10.4.1 and 10.5.4, please.
Deputy Mayor.
Just checking, I think they've already been pulled. 10.5.2.
Did you say 10.5.2?
Sorry, yes.
Councillor Peterson-Pick. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, you've got your mic on.
Yeah, apologies. I think I also forgot 10 point... No, sorry.
Nothing. Councillor Bull.
10.2.5.
10. Yep.
And 10.6.5.1.
Sorry, 10.6.
1.5, sorry.
Okay.
1.5.
10.6. Okay. So first we'll consider the items that were subject of deputations. Councillor Johnson, you've pulled 10.3.2. Would you like to move the officer's recommendation?
With an amendment, please.
The officers have the amendment?
Yes.
I'll just ask them to put that on the screen. Councillor Johnson, is what's on the screen your amendment?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Would you like to read out the sections that are different?
Sure. What I've got on the table is essentially the officer's recommendation with some additional points about the actual numbers of trees to go in and of 14,000 trees. That's double the amount proposed in the Green Dreams report. I guess I'll talk to that later. The additional fourth point is to set actually an aspirational target of 1 million trees by 2040. And the additional fifth point is to, and sorry, I probably need a word change in that. It requests the CEO to prepare an implementation, should be plan, not target.
I'll just get the minute taker to update that wording. Instead of target, it should be plan.
Thank you.
No, on number 5.
In number 5, please. Thank you. Prepare and implement. Yeah, that's it. That one there. Thank you. And to report progress on this to council annually.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bull. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you for that. I guess in general, it's disappointing that we're getting a report in front of us that says we're not going to meet our target. And I hear the disappointment in the questions tonight and in the community that we're not going to meet the target of 20% tree canopy by 2025. We have an amazing report in front of us. It is called Green Dreams, and I did hear the comment about changing the name. I like to think about it as a dreaming, a kind of a creation story, and it talks about the it talks about why we need trees in our area. It also talks about how we can achieve this, and it lays out some really interesting and creative ways of achieving our canopy targets by planting around schools, what they call a kids forest, by planting around our town centres, and by prioritising streets that just don't have enough trees in them. So it says that we can achieve this. We have heard that even if we did plant the 160,000 trees required to achieve the 20% canopy, they will take time to grow. And so my amendment to this is just to try and increase the rate that we are I'm trying to achieve that outcome, so we can do that a little faster, a little quicker. And obviously we need to hear back, because I think that's what we've heard from members of the community, and I'm certainly aware myself. You know, we've got this great plan. We had our urban forest strategy. It's an excellent strategy, but we just haven't been meeting the targets that it was set, which is disappointing. But there is no time like the present to do that. In the adopted plan from 2017, it said the 20% by 2025 may not be met. It needs immediate and ongoing action to ensure the health and well-being of the community. That is certainly, if it was true in 2017, it is so much more true today. So that's why I'm asking that we double our tree planting efforts, and in our environment and livability framework, we did see an aspirational target of 1 million trees. So I thought that is genuinely an aspirational target, and definitely one to try and achieve. So that's the rationale for the amendments I've put up there.
Thank you. Councillor Ball.
I'll just ask the mover if she would consider an amendment in Lim 1 where it says a specific target, amending that to 35% by 2030. Sorry, 30% by 2035.
So that's accepted by the mover. I'll just ask the minute taker to update what's on the screen.
Yeah, that's right. 30% by 2035. No.
You need to change 20 to 20%. Right? This one to 20, yeah.
That correct? What's on the screen?
Okay.
Councillor Ball, is that correct what's on the screen?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So we heard last week that ultimately nothing needed to come to council in order to continue planting. And we've seen for a number of years that the council has provided very clear direction that has given confidence to the city staff to go ahead and plant. And notwithstanding, I do appreciate the administration bringing this motion forward to give us an opportunity to put forward a new target. We know that tree planting is an urgent mitigating climate change matter that needs to continue to be at the forefront of our decision making, and it's more important than ever that council provides the clearest direction possible to give confidence to the staff to do what they have been doing since 2017 and perhaps just prior. And that's why supporting this motion as amended is more important than ever. There has been some confusion, and I do get the feeling that the staff have lost confidence, and so this is an opportunity to help support them in those endeavours. Not only has the city staff lost confidence, but I think it is clear that the residents and ratepayers of the City of Bayswater have also lost confidence. And so putting forward a target that is a stretch target, as the 20% by 2025 target was, means that the public can have confidence that we're fair dinkum about what we need to do. Now, having a target based on existing planting programs is not a target. All it is just identifying what our existing planting programs are. And if we are to have any chance of actually increasing our canopy in any meaningful way, we need to make sure that we have stretch targets, which is why I'm keen for that 30% by 2035. I hope councillors have listened to the public and understand how important this decision is tonight to back in what I know our community wants and what our staff need in order to continue to deliver for the district now and into the future.
Thank you. I have a question to the directors. Can you please tell me if this amended recommendation, or amended motion, what the financial implications are of this?
Through the chair, in terms of achieving 30% versus 20%, to achieve the 20%, we're talking about a 5.45% increase in the canopy. Now we're talking, with a 30%, we're talking achieving a further 15.45%. So what we're looking at is potentially probably almost a threefold increase in the number of trees that needs to be planted, and potentially over a shorter period of time compared to the 2040. It's now brought to 2035. So we're probably looking at least, we'll put it this way, at least threefold increase in cost in terms of us resourcing to be able to plant that many trees. At the moment, we are spending, we've got in the draft budget about $1.5 million allocated for street tree planting and park planting, and a further $230,000 for planting in natural reserve areas.
So this would have, so number 4, aspirational target of 1 million trees by 2040. Is that included in your threefold increase? Or would that be an addition?
If we look at 1 million trees by 2040, we're talking considerably more trees. I do have some figures in front of me. What we're looking at is planting approximately 48 to 49,000 trees per annum to achieve that target. So it's a fairly big number compared to what we plant now. We plant now 7,000. So that's a significant increase. We're talking about 7 times increase to what we currently do.
And that would also include more, it would require, to achieve this, it would require more people power to do that.
Exactly, yes. We'd have to get more resources, whether it's outsourced or done in-house. If it's done in-house, we'd have to get more equipment and more people.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I just want to foreshadow the officer's recommendation with an amendment.
Okay. Anyone speaking against this?
I just want to know the options on the table. We need to compare.
It's in the thing anyway. Did you get amendments, Ali?
I believe the amendment is the one that you provided to the city in advance. So all councillors have been provided with the Deputy Mayor's amendment. Yeah. So that was provided to all councillors. If that's the amendment that you're moving, Deputy Mayor?
If they wish for me to read it out, I'll happily read it out. So the proposed amendment, also the foreshadowed motion with amendment, which is the officer's recommendation, is that Council 1 approves amending the urban forest canopy target from an aspirational target of 20% coverage by 2025 to a specific target of 20% coverage by 2030, and then the remainder the same.
Thank you. Now, going back to what's before us, is there anyone speaking against? Anyone for? If not, I'll go the mover to close.
Thank you for that. I think this is a great opportunity for our city to do what our plans say that we want to do, that our community wants us to do. The reason that we plant trees and want more canopy is basically to make it a nicer place to live in. We want cooler cities with cleaner air, reduced stress. Our report tells us it increases physical activity and the health of our residents. And this is the cheapest way that we can do this. This is the cheapest. I know you're talking about money, but if you're talking about climate mitigation, if you're talking about increasing health and making a place nicer, planting a tree is like the simplest thing you can do. So I'd urge you to support what's on the table.
Thank you. I'll put this to the vote now. All those in favour? That's Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. All those against? It's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor and myself. We'll now go to the foreshadowed motion from the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, as just stated, it's the officer's recommendation with an amendment to the target date. So from the officers recommended of 2040 to 2030.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ostaszewski, Deputy Mayor.
There's no denying that we need to put in more trees. I think we are definitely on the track for that. The numbers for the trees that have been planted this season alone far excel any other previous planting season. But with goals, it's also important to keep that in line of sight. And I get to have these aspirational stretch goals. I do understand that. But I also believe that it's really important that you have goals that are aspirational but possibly achievable. And I do believe that 20% coverage by 2030 is achievable. In the report there, it doesn't contemplate the growth of existing canopy. And apologies if this is in there and I've missed it, but it doesn't contemplate the planting of the urban forest, the revegetation of the Tonkin Gap project sites, etc., which I believe will hopefully start revegetating the areas that are left behind soon. Yeah, look, I'm not going to bang on about it. It's important. It's important to have targets, but it's also important to have achievable targets, because otherwise, if you just keep on having these aspirational ones that are out of reach, then they just keep on getting changed, and then you never meet any targets ever. And the goal should be that, we are increasing our canopy and have something in a clear line of sight. I don't want to see the target changed again. I want us to actually hit it. We need to hit it for climate change, and I want that goal to be there. Look, the 1 million trees by 2040, and I get that it's in the L for 1 million trees by 2050. But I just want to do a quick visualisation with that one. 1 million trees planted, if we're looking at just our rateable properties, approximately 36,000 of them, that's every verge having 27 trees in it. Thanks.
Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you. Straight from our urban forest strategy, it mentioned in regards to limb number 1 there, a target of 20% canopy coverage may not be met by the year 2025. Regardless, immediate and ongoing action is required to ensure the health and well-being of the community into the future, given. It is also important to remember that 20% is an initial target, and that once that target is reached, the city may want to consider increasing this even further. In regards to point number 2, or limb number 2 there, I again refer to our urban forest strategy. And in our urban forest strategy there, for limb 2, I'll just read straight from the strategy. Increasing the number of trees in the city of Bayswater is important, but this must be undertaken in a coordinated way to ensure that the benefits derived are maximised. Research into the ways in which maintenance regimes and species selection can maximise canopy coverage is recommended, and we already do that. It is imperative to remember that maximising canopy coverage is not achieved just through the installation of more trees. It is obvious that areas that currently have a relatively low amount of canopy coverage should be the focus of council tree planting projects as an initial phase of the forest strategy. That's all I'd like to say, which supports what is on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
I would like to move an amendment, please.
You'd like to move an amendment?
Yes.
What is that?
So in limb 1, at the end of the sentence, I would like to add the following words. So it will be comma, with middle term specific targets of...
Sorry, with middle term?
Yeah, middle
so
term.
I'll just
Yeah,
repeat.
that's okay. Specific targets of 16% by 2025, 2025, and 18% by 2027. And that's it.
I'll just ask the mover and seconder if they accept the amendment.
May I ask a question through the
Go
Chair
ahead.
Director? If I may. Is that that's possible?
Through the chair, in terms of those interim targets, we're not entirely sure what the change in canopy will be over that period of time. We haven't got that sort of modelling done at this stage to say whether that's achievable or not.
Could I perhaps suggest to the amendee, to Councillor Peterson-Pick, maybe lining these up with LIDAR dates?
With, sorry?
The LIDAR dates?
So say again, 2024?
The LIDAR flyovers are over 3 years, so 24, 27, 30.
So what will be 16% by?
Well, because we won't have any, sorry. I don't, there won't be any data in those periods because the flyover that collects the data is every 3 years. So the next one's 2024, then 27, then 30.
So what are you suggesting?
So what I'm suggesting is lining it up with the actual data collection dates
Yep,
because
so
they're done in certain years.
I believe that Councillor Peterson-Pick is happy keeping it this way. So do you accept this amendment?
I'm happy to debate the amendment. I think that, and I'll debate that in a minute.
Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Peterson-Pick if you'd like to move the amendment. Yes. I'll ask if there's a seconder for your amendment. Councillor Bull is seconding. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Yeah, look, if I'm happy to support what is on the table, bringing us forward to 2030. I was really not happy with the officer's recommendation of 2040. Yeah, I thought it was outrageous. 2030 is more in line with what we should achieve for our community. 2030 is quite far away, and I have an issue with that because I want to make sure that this council is responsible and accountable for the tree canopy in the city of Bayswater, not future councils. So I want during my term, in future terms, to make sure that we all work towards those middle term targets, and so the community will know how we did, and not leave it for future councils. And you can imagine what 2040, you know, who
Councillor,
really...
we're just debating the amendment.
Yes.
Not
So-
the 2030.
Okay,
The-
so middle term specific targets will allow us to measure our progress. If the data is received a year before 2025, that is fine, it doesn't matter. I think we are now at 14.5%. This is a reality. To jump to 16% will require, from what we looked at, the pace of progress from previous years. It will take an effort from the city, as it should. So I think that is realistic, if we really want to be realistic this time around. So I was happy with those targets. Yep. I'll leave it with that for now.
Thank you, Councillor Bull.
I don't think councillors need to be concerned with some kind of technocratic reason for not supporting what Councillor Peterson-Pick has put on the table. If there's LiDAR readings in 2024, then we'll know what they are by what that answer is by 2025. And then in good news, there's another one in 2027. Don't get hung up on the technocracy of it. I think I just invented a new word, and support Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Anyone like to speak against the amendment? Anyone for? Oh, sorry, Councillor Ostrowski, are you speaking against?
Just to ask some questions.
Yep.
Thank you. Just to the officers, if I can, through the chair, how does the LiDAR measuring work? How does the LiDAR measuring work, and how does it link in with this here? Because I look at this and think, okay, if LiDAR's done in 2024 and we get a certain number, well, 2025 is a year later, so the number I would hope has absolutely increased, but we're not going to realise that because the measurement hasn't shown that increase over the year. So can we just get a bit of explanation of how the measuring actually happens?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, the LiDAR survey is actually undertaken by Flyover, and they take measurements and they provide that data, and the canopy is basically extracted from that data. It was scheduled, well, we're planning to schedule it for February 2024, doing a 3-year cycle. In this particular case, we can actually change when that flyover happens, so we can always book 2025 if it needs to be closer to the date that we're looking at the target, so we can make those changes.
Thank you. And in making those changes, would you still stick with 2024 and then also add a scan for 2025? And additionally, is there an extra cost for us to book those extra scans in?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, there is an extra cost. Every time you do one of those LiDAR surveys, you've got to pay for it, so it will cost extra. Probably what we do is just put it off for a year to get the reading rather than do two so close together.
Sorry, thank you. And if we're putting that off a year, roughly what is the saving for that financial?
Through the chair, I'm not exactly sure what the saving is. It's basically just putting it off for a year. It's just changing the cycle from a 3-year cycle. One cycle is going to be 4 years, so it's not really saving a great deal for the council.
Would anyone like to speak against? Anyone for?
Sorry,
Deputy Mayor.
I may just add that on the basis that the LiDAR can be postponed for 1 year, then yeah, I would have no issue with adding in those separate target dates.
Anyone like to speak against? For? I'll go to Councillor Peterson-Pick to close.
Look, I'll just summarise by saying that not supporting middle-term targets is, in my view, running away from our responsibility to be accountable when it comes to implementing the strategy and reaching the targets.
Thank you. I'll now put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. We'll now go back to the that now forms part of the substantive motion, and I'll ask if there's anyone speaking against. Councillor Bull.
Just a quick question firstly to the chair. Do you know what the cost of this is? It's a question to you. Do you know what the cost of this amendment is? Of this one?
No.
Okay. So I'm interested to understand why you asked the question of budget for my amendments and what Councillor Johnson put up, but you haven't asked the same question for this one.
Haven't got to that yet, Councillor Bull.
Why is it okay to hold off from asking those questions while the debate goes ahead with this one, but you need to ask the question up front with Councillor Johnson's?
I don't understand the question, Councillor Bull. Do you have another question?
I'm not going to support this. This is doing exactly what the officer's recommendation did, which was we're not going to hit a target, so we're just going to shift the target to a later year. the urban forest strategy is underpinned by the aspirational target of 20%. And I have to say I was disappointed to hear that nothing's changing under the urban forest strategy other than the target. That is what underpins the urban forest strategy, the aspirational target. If it is the case that the target's not going to be hit, it's ultra important that we're upfront and transparent about it, but that doesn't mean you just shift the goalposts because you're not going to meet a target. Whether it is 20% by 2030 with a budget that apparently is less important than the budget question for the previous motion, or whether it is a 30% by 2035, 20% by 2040, it is still just shifting the goalpost on that 20% question. If we're going to be aspirational, if we're going to actually deliver for our ratepayers on this question, just shifting 20% down the road is not the answer. We need to be much more aspirational, and I hope councillors realise the importance of doing that.
Anyone speaking for? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yeah, look, I do share the concerns from Councillor Ball, and I thought the same thing, I must say, before the meeting tonight. I thought that we should not change what was already decided in the strategy. I thought that we should wait until 2025, reassess how we did, what we did well, what we did wrong, and how we can do better, be transparent, provide a report to the public, and then set up a new target. Unfortunately, it was obvious that the officers provided us with a target of 2040, and my aim is to change it as much as possible and ensure that council supports a new specific target. And if this is what is going to happen here tonight, and more likely, I'm happy to support that. And this time around, it will be a specific target, and now we have middle-term targets, which are realistic. I do want to add that, and I asked lots of questions last week at the agenda briefing forum, and the responses from the city indicated very clearly to me that, and it's also on page 136, that we do not put enough funds into this issue, and this is why this problem of not reaching the target. For the record, this is the first time when I saw this agenda for the meeting that I discovered that we are so far away from reaching the target. I've been almost 5 years on the council. Until now, I wasn't aware how far we are. We all the time heard from the city that we are progressing, and this is the aim. This is the first time that I made aware how far we, which is concerning. We do need to put more funds. We do need to make sure that our policies are supportive tree planting, not taking us backwards. It's crucial. More important than funding, because we can actually have policies that support the officers to do what they need to do quicker, easier, without red tape, without getting approvals on approvals. And we will talk about the policy later on tonight, the veg trees policy. This is part of what we need to do. We need to make sure that the whole mechanism is smooth and aimed at reaching those targets. Yeah, I'll finish with that. Thank you.
Anyone speaking against? I've got some questions for the director. The report states that in March 2022, so just this March, modelling was presented to council to provide forecasts on the number of trees that would be needed, as well as potential planting scenarios to inform. How come there was no modelling showing forecasts and planting scenarios presented to council when they first adopted the strategy in 2017? Why did it wait 5 years?
In terms of that modelling, I mean, we had to engage a consultant basically to undertake that work. So in terms of what happened originally when the plan was presented, I'm not entirely sure in terms of why it wasn't modelled back then. I suppose at that stage it was more of an aspirational target that they were looking at. But this time around, we wanted to know exactly what it means in terms of how many trees need to be planted and what that target really means on the ground.
So just so I'm understanding correctly, a strategy was adopted back in 2017, but no implementation plan was ever looked at until 2022.
In terms of that strategy, it did have a list of actions that needed to be implemented. A good deal of those actions have been carried out, but one of those actions is to look at developing an implementation plan in terms of getting those trees into the ground. And that's what part of this modelling was done, to basically get an understanding of where that, and to develop that implementation plan in terms of planting on the ground.
So I'd be correct in thinking that this target was adopted, a 20% by 2025, without any modelling to show that it was achievable.
In terms of what's stated in the document, it actually states that it's an aspirational target. So it did not say this is a practical target. It stated it was aspirational. And from my understanding, yeah, there wasn't any modelling that went with it.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer, are you speaking for?
I'm speaking for.
Yep.
I'm looking at the letters and listened to everybody. One of the letters asking to reach 20% coverage by 2028 and 30% by 2035. Now, if we take that as 20% to what our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Earhart has said, we have 20% by 2025. So we've come down 3 years from what some aspirational thoughts are, and also the 20% by 2030. Now, because the weather has burnt most of our trees and bushes and plants, we really need to get to those figures quicker. I'm happy to accept the figures as we've worked them through, with also Councillor Ellie Peterson picks specific middle-term targets so that we can actually see what's going on. So I think we've sort of balanced good dates. We would all want more, that's for sure. Another letter says 20% canopy in the next 5 years. Well, we're talking about 3 years, 20% to 2025. So that's a little bit better. So I think we're getting there, and we can always come back in 2024 once we get LiDAR information to see exactly where it's going, because you know the heat canopy is killing our good trees as well. So I'm hoping these are trees and not just tube stock. So I'm happy to go with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. Nothing? Okay, so I'll put this to the vote now. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Bull and myself. That is carried. So we now move on to item 10.4.1, proposed two-storey single house, Lot 2, 4 Neville Street, Bayswater. This was subject to a deputation and it's been pulled by Councillor Eveson. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
No, thank you. I've got an alternative prepared. The city's got it.
Have you provided it? Could I please ask the minute taker to put it on the screen? And councillors, I believe this was, you have been provided with this as well. It was sent out to all councillors via email.
So this is the same, it's got a slight adjustment to the alternate recommendation or nomination from last month, because we did see this proposal last month. And it takes into consideration the landscaping plan that's been provided as part of that. Otherwise, the conditions are all the same.
I'll just give Councillor Bull the opportunity to read, and then I'll ask if there's a seconder. The numbering is wrong, Councillor Eveson.
That's not. Yeah, it's not what it went out. It's. I provided to the city. So. Yep. Yeah, it's all right. It was provided correctly.
So I'll just make sure the minute taker's got the updated version on the screen. Can you just confirm, Councillor Eveson, that that's now correct?
Yes, keep scrolling down, please. There should be 4 advice notes as well. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Maleka. Councillor Eveson.
Yes, so look, we did see this application and I note with pleasure that the applicants have included a landscaping plan, as that was one of the gaps identified by council last month. Look, what else to say? This is an alternative motion that includes the 2 35-litre minimum size street trees to be planted prior to the occupation at the cost of the owners, and it delivers a better streetscape outcome for Neville Street. So I encourage all councillors to support what's on the table tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Maleka.
Well, not much further to add, but again, it's really the new streetscape of the landscaping that's been included is a huge bonus. We can see 2 trees now on the streetscape, improving the overview, and I think aesthetically it actually reads a lot better too from a streetscape point of view. So I really do encourage us to support this.
Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Bull.
I don't agree. I think it doesn't actually improve the streetscape. I think it actually, I think the alternative is an improvement to the streetscape. What is proposed is to approve more concrete on the verge, and you could do even more landscaping if the alternative was approved instead and the officer's recommendation was supported. So supporting this tonight is supporting more concrete on an area that could be landscaped.
Anyone speaking for? Councillor Palmer.
May I ask a question of the planner, please? With this amendment, can you please tell me, are there any codes there that are working against the R25 R codes?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, it does comply with the R coding, other than these variations as specified in the report relating to having access off a turn of street, being the right of way in this instance. So there's still a variation, but council has the discretion to look at variations.
Thank you.
Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? If not, I'll go the move. Councillor Peterson, pick against.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Look, I will foreshadow the officer's recommendation. I won't repeat all the reasons that I mentioned last council meeting when it was not supported. Yeah, I will support the officers. I think it's against our policies, as the officers indicated. It will contribute to inconsistencies. Later on next month, we'll get another planning application that will be against the policies, and then we'll refer to this application if it is approved by council. And why do we have policies? Why do we have policies? And there is merit behind those requirements. If there was no merit, it's something else, but there is. So I will not support this.
Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? If not, I'll go the mover to close.
Look, we did hear these concerns last month about deviation of the R code. So council does have the discretion to vary this and allow this discretion, and we have done many times before, as was provided by in the deputation. So I believe it's consistent, and I don't agree with the streetscape being a benefit, given that you would have a large garage abutting the streetscape. It's not a good outcome. So thank you.
I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostrowski, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. That is carried. We'll now move on to item 10.4.2, proposed alterations and additions to concrete batching plant. This was subject to a deputation and pulled by Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. I'm speaking against the officer's recommendation. So if anybody wants to second.
So you're not, you just pulled it to
I'm
speak
putting it
against?
To speak against. Yes.
Okay. Do I have someone who would like to move something? Excuse me, Councillor Palmer, do you mind turning off your microphone? Deputy Mayor?
There was an alternate prepared that was sent out this afternoon. If we can get that one up on the...
On the screen?
That's
If the
right.
minute taker can put the alternate, it was provided to the city and circulated to all councillors. Wait for it to get on the screen and you can say, explain the change.
Yeah, I'll just wait till that gets corrected.
Deputy Mayor, would you like to explain the change before it comes on the screen?
Yep. So the change is an amendment to condition 20 to remove a 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. trade and to keep existing hours of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Saturday, public holidays excluded.
So that's an alteration to condition 20.
Yep.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Eason? Deputy Mayor?
This is a really difficult one. I remember this one from before I was a councillor. I also remember what happened with SAT. I've read the reports and I've read them again recently. That is always sitting in the back of my head. But looking at this individual application, which I've just temporarily lost, there we go. So looking through this application, there will have to be another amendment to that as well, which I picked up after in number 6, which was the amended plant operating hours. They'll have to just have the word in lim 6, have the word amended taken out, where just before plant operating hours.
Okay, yep.
Get to them in a minute.
Well, I'll just check with the seconder that he's happy with that. Yep.
Just removing a word that says amended.
It's removing the word amended from before the word plant in number 6 because there's no amendment. It's keeping the hours as what they are currently approved at.
I can't see evidence in here of an increase of production. I can't. I'm sorry to the community members that are here. What I am saying is that the increase in production would be from an increase in operating hours to allow them to produce more during those hours. And I think 4 a.m. is unreasonable to the local community, and as I put through, that it's going to unduly impact the amenity of the locality, and it's not consistent with the local and proper planning of the area there. That's all I can say on that.
Councillor Eason?
Yeah, this is not a good one. But look, I do remember and did a lot of reading about and have a good understanding of the previous application and the way that this batching plant came to be. However, that's not what's on the table tonight. What's on the table tonight is the application for modifications to that plant, and that's what I guess I have to base my decision on. Agree that condition 20 in regards to the time, I feel that would unduly impact the residents at a 4 a.m. start for concrete production at that plant, and therefore support this alternate recommendation.
Councillor Palmer speaking against.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you look at the proposed alterations and additions and you read carefully, you can go down to just simple words. The proposal will augment the existing operations. Now, we asked somebody last week what augment meant. And when you look at your dictionary and look up your iPhones, it says, make something greater. Now, this is obfuscation of the ultimate. This is what obfuscation means. It means doubling the driveways, enlarging the air monitors, putting more bins in there for aggregate, and flexing the hours of business. That is the obfuscation of enlarging this issue just by these simple things written into this amendment and conditions. You have to look closely. It's there in your eyes. It's nothing, you know, you don't need a big dictionary, just a little one, and look up those few words and you'll see it there. When it comes to the exact water dissipation, it doesn't dissipate. It goes and flows down. It's even in a gravitational area, heading towards the Bayswater Brook. Now, they say there's a pipe there, it won't infect the Bayswater Brook. Of course it will. That water will run wherever it gravitates into the streams. So there's just one thing alone that says that. You've also got PM10. And if you want to look up PM10, particulate matter that goes into your lungs from cement of any type, it does not come out of your lungs. It stays there and festers like that sort of disease does. And it stays there until they're 50 or 60 years of age, then they will get asthma. So we're looking at children who are highly sensitive in that sporting of Joan Rycroft Reserve, where they play soccer, all sorts of sports. And they're changing that and sprinkling this down on more concrete. We've had to accept what SAT has done, very mistakenly, from what Mark McGowan has said, our Premier, and from our now Minister, Amber Jade. Both have said it was a wrong decision in the words in Parliament. And here we are looking and saying, oh, well, it's not much, it's just a little bit. No, it's all written in there, preparing to really extend their business. Now, once we say yes to the water, to the aggregate bins, to all of that, whether it's ours or not, they will then go straight along to SAT and say, look, the city have allowed us to do all this. All we want to do is make more money. You know, I mean, we're absolutely opening the door for that by allowing all of these conditions to be accepted. Now, the city, in great respect, have to do what they've been asked, and that's what they've been asked to do. It's here to represent us at council to actually say yay or nay, and that's what the city has given us. So look carefully at that. The National Environment for Protection Measures literally tells you what PM10 is and PM25. These are dangerous, powdering our society and issuing bad health to elderly and children mainly. We can tough it out a little bit, but they're the ones that get truly affected because they breathe faster, they breathe quicker, and they're on sports and God knows what. So all of that is absolutely shocking for children, and we're sitting here giving them permission. I'm sorry. I'm absolutely very thankful that we've had people coming in here and telling their all, giving their heart to what has to be done in not denying these people to extend and augment their business. Please, please vote against it, because that's what we're open to now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I just want to highlight two particular things that came out of the agenda briefing last week. Firstly, we heard from the proponent that they will commence operations before the time in the proposed approval. They actually stood up there and said that. So I'm not going to support any change to their operating hours when we have been put on notice that they will commence operations beforehand. We all heard that with our ears. The second thing is that the original approval allowed one crossover. However, they have already built the second crossover. That should have been, that area where that second crossover now is, should have been rehabilitated into a verge, but it's not. It's a new concrete crossover. So I'm not going to support an application for a second crossover when, firstly, it's already been done in breach of its existing approval, and secondly, this should probably be a retrospective application, not a new application. So on the basis of these two things, I am not going to support what is before us.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? Councillor Osses? Councillor...
Okay.
Anyone speaking against? Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you for this opportunity. Wow, Councillor Palmer. And Councillor Bull, Councillor Bull, you made some interesting points there about the crossover, something that I had also noticed. Just to all the residents and ratepayers who live in this area, I've heard you very loudly and very clearly over the course of 5 years, 6 years now that I've been involved in the goings of local government. And I reflect on a council meeting a couple of months ago where I said to people around this table and to everyone who was listening that I would always keep the ratepayer at the front of my mind first and foremost. Even though I may not agree with everything that the ratepayers are saying, at the end of the day, I'm here to represent those ratepayers, and to all of you here tonight and everyone who's listening, I'm here to represent you, and I will not be supporting what is on the table.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick, speaking for?
I'd like to make a few comments, if I can. I haven't made my decision yet.
Okay.
I would like to start with a question, if I can, through you, Madam Chair, to the officers. Are we able tonight, through this application, to decide that this concrete batching plant original approval is void, and they are not allowed to produce anything at that plant? Are we allowed to do this tonight?
I'll go to the director.
Through the Chair, if I could just get clarification, sort of the intent of the question, I'm just trying to understand the question.
Yes, I would like to understand if through this amended application before us, council has the power to decide that the original application to operate from that location is void, and we do not give them any permission to operate from that place. Are we able to do that tonight through this application?
Through the Chair, you can't reverse the SAT's previous decision.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Look, I did ask lots of questions last week at the agenda briefing forum. I won't repeat the information that we received. This issue has already been decided by the SAT. I understand and I share the concerns from community members. This issue has already been decided. And as I heard now again, through this, we can vote against this, but I do not have the power to change the location. This decision is not in front of us. That was in 2011, 14, I don't remember the date, long before us. And before us, we have an amended application. The advice that we received from the officers, that is on the record from last week, is that The requests here are improvements to the site, to the ability for them to measure some of the things that community members are actually concerned about. The issue with the operating hours has been rectified with the proposal on the table, so there will not be any change to that, which I support. The other requests, again, are improvements as I was advised by the officers.
Madam Chair, can I just ask something?
No. No.
I'm reluctant to reject this, also on the understanding that it might drag us to legal battles, which will be very costly, as we've seen what happened in 2015, where there is no basis to reject it. I could not see here any basis for us to question the location. I had lots of concerns from community members, which again I say I understand and share, but they were all about the location of the plant. That was already decided. Now we're talking about the specific amendments which are on page, where the dot points, they're there. 177 for the record, proposed development, modified waste and water recycling management, upgrade of dust monitoring equipment, addition of a second driver and crossover, and the operating hours were not changing. From what I understand, there are improvements. It's not an easy decision, but I'm inclined to support what is on the table, because I don't have anything to actually base a rejection here. And I think it will not be fair for all the ratepayers in the city of Bayswater to be drag the city to a legal battle. So that is the basis for my justification.
Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? I will address the residents who have come into the gallery this evening. And I concur with all of my fellow councillors who have said this is a very difficult position, because we understand that nobody wants to be living near a concrete batching plant, and we do care about the health and well-being and amenity of all our residents and ratepayers. So I do understand that. This battle about the existence of the concrete batching plant, the city fought this battle and we lost this battle, unfortunately. And so what is presented to us right now, and I have spoken to one of the residents about this, is there anything that's presented in front of us tonight that is going to make your life worse? And from what I have in front of me, it's about improving dust monitors, the waste, and a second driveway. And when I've had this, and I understand the operating hours was an issue, but that's not in front of us right now. And when I'm looking at what's in front of me, on page 174 of this agenda, it says that further, SAP made an order for the applicant to be awarded costs of $112,772 on 21 July 2017. In considering the matter, SAT found that the council took the view it would always oppose a concrete batching plant at the subject site, regardless of any professional advice or previous decision, and acted unreasonably in refusing to approve the superior design. Those words, superior design, sits with me because I'm like, sorry, Mr. Kramer, they're trying to actually do improvements, which I think will benefit. And so when I take that on, and I'm hearing it, I hear you. I hear you. I do. Sorry, I can't. I really can't. I allowed you.
I will take it to SAT on behalf of these great votes. I will take it to SAT. It will cost you nothing.
Mr. Kramer, please, I allowed you all your time at public question time. So I do want to address you because,
Rubbish, absolute rubbish.
and this is what I've got in front of me, and all of these the application that they're applying for, I don't see this as negatively impacting the residents.
Point of
because
order,
we're not
Madam Mayor. Point of order. It does. It's enlargement. It's enlargement there in black and white.
Sorry. I do hear. I'm sorry, people in the gallery. And I hear that, and this application does not change that. Anything that's in here doesn't change that. It doesn't change it. So I'll now go to the mover to close.
I can appreciate, and I do hear what the gallery is saying. But I do have to bear in mind the things that we have to do in a role of a councillor and consider each planning application on its individuality. And as much as the community would love us to just outright say no, we have to take into context this application and look at this application in its individuality. Because it is an approved concrete batching plant, approved by SAT, not by us.
Illegally operating.
Mr. Kramer, please.
SAT has.
I know.
SAT has put it in there, or given it the green light. So, but that's not up for consideration. That if there's a concrete batching plant or not, it is there. The buffer is not on the table because that's already been done by SAT as well. When I'm looking at this, one of the things I can do for the residents is put the motion in to not change the hours of operation, and then look at what the officers have tried to do in here, and I will read from page 174, that they are including additional requirements which are aimed at ensuring the plant operations do not unduly impact on the environment and the amenity of the surrounding area in accordance with relevant legislation. The focus of the conditions is on specifying plant operating standards, management measures, and ongoing monitoring requirements relating to dust emissions, noise, groundwater quality, waste, traffic, landscaping and visual amenity. In particular, there are stringent conditions relating to dust and noise. So, but by putting it into this development application as a condition, this gives the city back power to do these things. Because at the moment, there's not there. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so I will now put this to the vote. Although we're voting on what's on the table. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick and myself. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. That is lost. There's nothing on the table.
I will take it to SAT on your behalf. It will cost you nothing.
I'm going to ask for an adjournment. Councillors, I'm going to move to have an adjournment at this moment for 5 minutes. So just for the benefit of those in the gallery, the motion that was moved, that was voted down, so that was lost. So if I will seek advice from the director about what the next steps could be.
Through the chair, similar to item 10.4.1, when the motion has been lost and there's no subsequent motion moved, the application, it can come back to council.
or voted.
to make a decision.
Can I ask a question? Is it also a potential scenario that the applicant could just go straight to SAT now? No, I'm sorry.
It's just for the benefit for the people in the gallery. I'll just seek clarification from the director.
Through the chair, there's 60 days in which an application needs to be determined by council or by the city. If that 60 days has expired, the applicant has the right to go and lodge an appeal to the SAT.
How many days is it at now?
Through the chair, I think, just looking at the manager, I think it's November.
So I'll just move a motion to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Do I have a seconder?
I'd like to really just explain to everybody before you adjourn it exactly how it stands. The actual
Councillor
motion
Palmer
was lost.
Yes, I've
Oral
explained that to the gallery. Do I have a seconder to adjourn for 5 minutes? Deputy Mayor, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Easton, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Johnson, myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer and Councillor Bull will reconvene in 5 minutes. councillors, we'll now recommence the meeting.
Apologies, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Deputy Mayor?
I forgot to pull an item earlier. Can I mention that now, or would you like me to wait to the time on the agenda?
Which item?
10.4.3.
10.4.3, proposed relocation of loading bay.
Yes.
You'd like to pull that one?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, we'll now go to the next item that was subject to a deputation, which is 10.4.4, proposed land dealings, various rights of way in Bayswater and Noranda. This hasn't been pulled by anyone. Do I have someone who would like? Councillor Palmer, are you?
I'm happy to move that, as is.
The officer's recommendation?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Eason, Councillor Palmer?
Just briefly, I feel that these rights of ways are exactly what it says. It's a right of way. They've been planned, especially in that Noranda area, to be incorporated in getting from A to B for pedestrians, cyclists and so forth. So they are built into the plan of town planning. So I'm happy to pass that as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eason?
Just very quickly, I'll probably address the deputies. So since we heard from them last week, I've been in conversation with the city and with the deputies to just address their concerns. There was some residents that did speak against the officer's recommendation and one that was for, as you might recall. There is, we sort of talked through some of their options and they are seeking some other advice. So they were happy to support this recommendation now. So I guess that sort of gave me the confidence to support this one. So yeah, definitely happy to support this this motion.
Would anyone like to speak against? Anyone for? If not, I'll go, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 10.5.1, Traffic Management Robert Street, Bayswater, and this has been pulled by Councillor Johnson. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Oh, my apologies. Thanks, Mayor. No, option 2 with an amendment, please.
And you've provided that to the city?
No, I haven't. Sorry, the amendment is just to add the words evidence-based. After, thank you. In between appropriate and traffic. So it reads, Council requests a working group be formed with residents in Robert Street to investigate appropriate evidence-based traffic treatments for Robert Street Bay.
I'll just ask the minute taker. He didn't hear you, Councillor.
My apologies. In between the words appropriate and traffic, to use the words evidence-based. So it reads that Council request a working group be formed with residents in Robert Street to investigate appropriate evidence-based traffic treatments for Robert Street Bayswater.
Appropriate evidence-based traffic treatments.
Thank you.
Just see if there's a seconder. Councillor Bull? Councillor Johnson, do you mind just checking the wording?
Thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
This is what the residents have asked for, so that's why I'm putting this on the table. But happy to hear if anyone's got any improvements on that.
Councillor Bull.
I'd like to acknowledge and thank the residents of Robert Street for their advocacy on this point, and most particularly the advocacy subsequent to the low-cost urban road safety program process, which I think has been really helpful. And the irony is, had that process not occurred at all, I just don't think we would have even got to this point. And I do acknowledge the patience of the Robert Street residents in relation to this particular issue. We've heard from the head petitioner, and we have heard from a number of other residents who've made it very clear that they would like council to support option 2, but that it is evidence-based, and I think that's only appropriate. And so on that basis, I hope councillors support what Councillor Johnson has put forward this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Eveson, speaking for or against?
I just wanted to foreshadow an alternative motion that the city's prepared and got already. Yeah.
Can you read that out,
I can read it
please?
out. Look, it's so it builds on the option 2 after hearing the deputations last week. So the office, it is that council acknowledges the concerns of the petitioners in relation to traffic issues in Roberts Street, Bayswater. Second dot point, requests that a working group be formed with residents in Roberts Street and city officers to investigate potential traffic treatments for Roberts Street, Bayswater, and report back to council on preferred options. And dot point 3, requests that correspondence be forwarded by the city to the Minister for Transport and Planning and Main Roads WA, seeking the installation of a right turn movement from Guildford Road westbound into Garrett Road, Bayswater, to alleviate rat running in the adjacent local road network. It's on the screen.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against the substantive motion? Deputy Mayor?
It's not that I'm against the substantive. I think the foreshadowed motion is just more robust.
Okay. Anyone for the substantive? Councillor
Sorry,
Johnson?
Can I just accept that as an amendment to what we put in, or is it two different?
The advice I'm receiving is that it's not an amendment, it's a different motion.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
Would anyone like to speak against what's on the table? Anyone for what's on the table? Councillor Peterson-Pick?
Look, they're very similar, obviously. I'm happy to support what is on the table. I think it's quite straightforward. I'm happy for any changes, including to the right hand to Guildford Road, to come out as the outcome from the discussions with the working group, because there will be other things that we need to advocate with, with the state government or to the state government with regards to that area. So I wouldn't want to start sending letters like that. I would want to actually do the right work this time around and with the residents, and then come out with a plan and all the actions, including the proposal here with Guildford Road, the right turn, and all that stuff. So I'm happy to support what is on the table.
Anyone speaking against? If not, I'll go the mover to close.
Thank you. I mean, I'm happy with the also with the the foreshadowed motion as well, because I think it it expresses probably more fully what the intent of what the residents of Robert Street would like. So, yeah, I'm happy with either.
I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull and Councillor...
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I just need clarity on what we're voting on.
The substantive motion.
Which is this one here on the
Yes.
screen? Thank you.
Yeah. All those in favour, sorry, if you mind putting your hand up again. Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson and myself. We'll now go to the foreshadowed motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bull. Councillor Eason.
Yeah, so last week and this week we heard from Robert Street residents which challenged details in the officer's report and again requested council to take action. As such, I've taken that feedback and worked with the city to best present what's in the alternative motion before council tonight. It's based on option 2, as mentioned, outlined in the report, to form a working group, be evidence-based and fact-based, and push for a longer-term outcome which considers the broader traffic issues in the area and seeks installation of a right-hand turn movement from Guildford Road westbound into Garrett Road.
Councillor Bull? Anyone speaking against?
So, can I request a tiny amendment?
Go ahead.
In limb 2, after the words investigate, to add the words an action. If that makes sense.
Can I just seek guidance from the officers on the working group would be, council still has to make the decision, is that correct, on options?
I'll go to the director.
Yeah, through the chair, the way it's worded there, the proposal is to form the working group and work up potential options, so there could be more than one option, and then come back to council with the preferred options from the group prior to implementation.
So do you accept the amendment?
I don't think so, because I think it sort of contradicts a bit of what the process will be, that's all, yeah.
Could I make a suggestion to Councillor Johnston for the amendment? Maybe perhaps the intent is on preferred options for implementation. So putting for implementation at the end.
So are you moving that amendment, Deputy Mayor?
No, I was just suggesting if they were to capture the same intent.
Is anyone moving an amendment or not?
Yes.
Yes?
Thank you.
So, Councillor Easton, do you accept that amendment?
Yeah, that's fine for implementation on the back end of dot point 2. Yep.
Okay, so that's agreed. And does the seconder agree? Yep. So that forms part of the substantive motion. Anyone speaking against? If not, I'll put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. We now move on to item 10.6.1.4, revised urban trees policy, and this was pulled by Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I want to move this with an amendment, please.
So officer's recommendation with an amendment?
Yes.
And has that been provided to the city?
Yes, it has.
I'll just ask the minute taker to put that on the screen. Councillor Johnson, do you just want to check that that's what you've submitted?
Thank you, it is.
Seconded by Councillor Peterson-Pick. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. It's been a lot of back and forward on this policy, and I think it's almost there. I think all we need to do is my amendment on that is really just to give the city the power to plant the trees where they need to do, because they've got the strategy and the knowledge to do that.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes. Look, I am not happy with several of the revisions to this policy. I thought that they were unnecessary. The biggest issue is the changes that the policy committee made again to the tree planting section. I'm happy to support this policy with the issues as long as we are rectifying this issue, which is now going to be rectified in number 6, which will bring us to what we used to have, which was good. Did not have issues. As I mentioned on several occasions, I have not received one complaint from anyone in the city of Bayswater with regards to planting trees on their verges. I believe that the city was always dealing with those issues in a sensitive way while still keeping the power to make decisions with regards to veg planting and the discretion. We saw the revisions in December that Council approved, that they took us backwards, so backwards, you know, and the impact that we had. And now this is going to be revised, which is good. However, the proposal is still far from ideal. What people call it the opt-out. We should not have an opt-out. We should consult. We should consider opt-out. But the city should retain the power to make the decision. In my view, there are areas that the public interest will overcome the private interest. And I want people to imagine when it comes to verges, not the verges that they necessarily see in areas like in Noranda, which is part of the property. I want them to imagine the verges that we have also in other parts of the city, in Maylands, in Bayswater, in Morley, and one day in Noranda as well, where we have a footpath that's separating the verge and the private property. Those verges are essential for planting trees, so not only to increase the tree canopy, which just tonight we increased the target significantly, but also for shading purposes. And we all talk about walkability, cyclability, working groups and all those things. We don't need all those things. We need policies to support the officers to do the work and to advance walkability, to make sure the children are walking along footpaths which are shaded. Having that, the current recommendation that came from the committee, which I hope will be rectified tonight by council, which it's not too late, will again bring us backwards to what we had before December. It will create gaps in areas which are urban. And imagine urban areas, we have urban suburbs, we need to accommodate them as well. If there are concerns in some areas which the verge, or the owners of the property owners feel the verge is really part of their property, there will still be consultation. The city will have the discretion not to plant verge trees. But there are areas that we should consult, but the decision should stay with the city. And this will make sure that this is the case. I'm talking about around schools, primary schools. I'm talking about town centers. We should prioritize the hundreds of residents walking to the buses, walking to schools, walking to the shops, the older people. They deserve shade when it's 35 degrees. They deserve it. They should not have gaps because one property owner, for whatever reason it is, maybe they, for whatever, they want to park there, they don't want a tree, for whatever reason, on the other side of the footpath, far away from the property, the public interest should prevail. The officers last week, in one of the questions that were asked, they clarified with regards to the urban forest strategy that they can't actually achieve capacity now with regards to tree planting. We need to give them the power to plant as much as we can, especially with the changes to the target tonight. The policies should support that target. And the biggest loss, again, as was confirmed by the director last week, is due to development on private property. That means that we have an onus on public land to do what we can, because we can't do what ideally we'll do on private property, because that is private property. We can incentivize all those things that we are trying and will continue to try to do. But on public land, we should do the most and not limit the city. The city did not recommend to us back in December to make any changes to the tree planting provisions. So that was the advice, the original advice that we received. I'll just finalize. Going to changing what we had before, consultation with property owners, to now opt out in what we had on the table, was done without any evidence, no justification. I did not see anything that clarified why the change was needed. No consultation, even though the urban forest strategy, one of the key strategies there is consultation. That was changed. Now we can rectify it and bring it back. We had so many questions tonight, so many deputations we had last week about this issue. I'll finish with that. I hope councillors will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ostaszewski speaking against.
I'd like to foreshadow the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just have a re-look at what I want, sorry. Correct. Thank you. The committee's recommendation. Thank you.
You're foreshadowing the committee's recommendation.
Yes,
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? If not, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor and myself. That is lost. We now go to the foreshadowed motion. Councillor Ossowski moving. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Eason. Councillor Ossowski.
Thank you. In preparing... Sorry.
It's the committee's recommendation to council as per the agenda.
We did receive a memo from the city with some changes, proposed changes.
No. No. Councillor Peterson-Pick, no, there's been no addendum. There's no addendum. Yeah. Please continue, Councillor Ossowski.
Thank you. To get clarity on what this policy or the suggested policy was all about, I went back and looked at the policy that was adopted in December 2021, and I also went back to the policy that was adopted in April of 2019. And I actually compared all of the three policies across all of the individual components that each of those policies comprised. It was a very interesting exercise, Over the last week, I have shared my research with several members of the community, members in my ward, members who are strong supporters of growing our canopy and our urban tree network. I've reached out to a lot of people, including people who have reached out to me who want changes made so that they can manage their trees better. And it's very interesting when you actually look at the three policies as they've come across all of those years, around about 70% of the items are exactly the same. 70% of the items are exactly or almost the same. The wording might be slightly different, but the intentions are all still there. There are some areas where there have been some questions, but I've asked officers, I've sought clarification from officers as to why some things have not continued across into the new policy, and I'm satisfied with those responses. I go back to, I remember my first budget here, Councillor Palmer said to me, it's these types of things are like making a cake. You know, you put all these ingredients in and you might not like all of the ingredients, but if a majority of them are right, you bake the cake and you take the cake. So I kind of look at this and go, 70% of this is exactly the same. There are some items here which are different, and I know one in particular is the issue of whether this should be a opt-in, opt-out kind of scheme, and I know that is a significant issue here. For me personally, at this stage, the opt-out option, we're not quite there yet. Personally, I'd like to see a tree on every verge, absolutely. But I think we need to ensure first that we are filling up all of our parks and reserves before we come to our ratepayers in their streets and say, hey, we're now going to put one on your verge. And I did some reading of a Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage website, and they've got lots of documents on tree canopies and growth of tree canopies in our suburbs. And even the department's information says that the biggest opportunity for local governments at the moment is to be planting in their reserves and in their parks, not in the streetscapes. So when the state government's saying to me, hey, yes, we should be planting trees, but we're not quite there yet, I'm happy to go with that we're not quite ready to come to our ratepayers and shove a tree down their throat, especially if they don't want one. I know those words are quite harsh, but for some of the ratepayers who've spoken to me, that's how they feel. I went to the United States recently, and on that trip, I reached out to some very significant members of the community in the northeastern corridor of the United States. I met with members of the New Jersey Board of Tree Experts. I met with members of the Shade Tree Commissions and also the Tree Preservation Committee chairs. And I went and met with these people because I've been to the United States many times, and especially that New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia area. And I've always been impressed with the canopy that's in those areas. Always been impressed with the canopy that's in those areas. And our urban forest strategy talks about canopies in the United States and talks about there being 30 to 40% coverage. So I reached out to these experts in trees to see what they have done over years to increase the canopy to 30 to 40%. And they are in the same situation, or they were in the same situation that we were, 50 years ago with infill development. They were losing trees. They had a very low canopy coverage of around about 11% across that region there. And through these sensible adjustments to the policy, which I've checked, I talked to these people, what have they done to get this canopy? The types of things that are in this policy are the types of things that other places have used and adopted to be able to achieve 30 to 40% canopy coverage. So I'm really excited, I guess, to try this different approach to encouraging people, to getting people on board so we can increase the canopy coverage. We're all for supporting canopy coverage and a continuous tree network. But there are just some other ways that I think we need to try to be able to achieve those targets. And by creating a policy, I think, which is a little bit more, I guess, flexible and a little bit more accommodating to what our ratepayers are looking for, I think is a good thing. One thing I'm really excited about in this policy is that we'll be allowing residents to be able to look after the tree on the verge in front of the house through pruning again.
That's 5 minutes, Councillor Ostrzowski.
May I ask for... No, not for as long as I want, just for 2 minutes. I'll put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostrzowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. All those against, myself. That's carried. Okay, just very briefly then, pruning, I'm glad to see that this is in here. I believe when residents have spoken to me, or when I ask them why they don't have a verge tree and can we get them a verge tree, many of them say it's because they can't manage the verge tree, they can't prune the verge tree. So I'm happy that we're taking a halfway step to allowing people to prune their trees on the sides of the roads that are not under power lines. I believe this policy will continue to uphold a majority of the policy positions of the past based on my research. There have been components in here that have been made better. It provides flexibility for the city, and it doesn't do anything to damage canopy targets. It encourages people to look after verge trees abutting the property. Yeah, I could go on. I'm happy that this policy is another step in the evolution of our tree policies to get more people on board so we can get towards what we're after, which is a verge tree on every verge, and for people to love their trees and want to be involved in trees. That's all, thank you.
Councillor Eason.
I'll be very quick, just 3 points. So these changes give autonomy to the city, and I queried this with the director, and I'm confident that it's just to enable them to get on with the job. Pruning was a big gap that has now been closed as part of these changes, and despite concerns about risk, I don't believe that I believe that there aren't any more than the current risk exposure that we have with people mowing and edging lawns or planting out front lawns as we do enable in the city. And the last one is I'm confident the city has heard the community and is clear on the need to maintain and expand our tree canopy, and this policy supports that. Thanks.
Anyone speaking against? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to move an amendment, please. I actually just sent it to the minute taker because I just wrote it down. So the minute taker should have it and could copy and paste to show all councillors. Did you receive it? By email?
Would you like to read it out?
Yes, please. So it's adding, yes, that's the one. So it's number 6. We're adding just a new paragraph at the last one, which says, in the tree planting subsection in relation to new trees after the words adjacent property owner, add the following sentence. The later exemption does not apply to tree planting in areas surrounding schools and town centres where the city will have full discretion. Which that corresponds to what we decided tonight about the strategy, focusing on town centres and schools.
Councillor Ostrzowski, do you accept the amendment?
Is Councillor Peterson-Pick able to just elaborate for me what that means?
We can debate it if you don't accept it.
I will explain.
I'd like to learn more about what he's talking about, so...
So we'll debate the amendment. I'll just see if there's a seconder. Councillor Bull, Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Thank you. And look, we talked about the provision with regards to tree planting, allowing a property owner, the adjacent property owner to the public land, to essentially opt out and make the decision not to have a tree. This addition will override that and will say that that exemption, what you refer to as opt-out, will not apply to the areas around schools and town centres, which is what the strategy now, in the other item tonight, we decided that we will focus in light of the research, the study, I forgot the name, the dreams, green dreams, whatever it's called, ask us to focus on. So if we are serious, again, about those areas, and we think we should prioritize them, because of the needs, because we have more people around those areas, and walkability, cyclability, I don't want to repeat everything I said before, this will reinforce that. So you'll get the discretion that you wanted, Councillor Ostasowski, and you moved, but in those areas, we will have exactly what we had before December, and in all previous years in the city of Bayswater. So that will not change. So in those areas, we always had discretion, like in all over the city. So the discretion for the city will be kept in those areas.
Councillor Bull.
Just thank Councillor Peterson-Pick for putting this forward. This makes policy sense. Council has resolved to head in a particular direction in terms of where priority tree planting will be. And if we're fair dinkum about delivering on that urban forest strategies amendment, then we should support this amendment as well.
Deputy Mayor speaking against the amendment.
Oh, no, just got a question, if I may, through the chair to the director.
Yep.
Because we haven't actually seen anything come to us with the strategy yet around the schools. I know there's been talk about there being an 800-metre catchment. I just want clarification. Does that include things like cul-de-sacs and you know, where there is no real walking traffic, or is the planning program going to focus on through streets?
Through the chair, when we talk about a walkable catchment, it's pretty much anywhere you can walk to get to that particular school or area that you're going to. So it will include planting along cul-de-sacs and no-through roads as well.
Okay.
Anyone speaking for the amendment?
Question?
Yep.
So when we're talking about surrounding schools, Councillor Earhart, what were you just saying about the 800 metres, etc., etc.? So is that what we mean here by area surrounding a school? If I can ask the director then, or someone for clarification, please.
It's not clarified in Lim 6. Anyone speaking against the amendment? Anyone for the amendment?
Sorry, if I may.
Is speaking.
I'm going to speak against it, but not its intent. If I may. So, I don't support how it currently is, just because it doesn't specify and tie it into the planning policy. It is broad spectrum. It doesn't tie it into that actual strategy.
Anyone speaking for the amendment? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. Nothing. Now we're voting on the amendment. So all those for, that's Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. All those against, Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostasowski, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor and myself. We're now back to the substantive motion. Anyone speaking? Councillor Peterson-Pick?
Yes.
You're speaking against?
Yes, and I would like to move another amendment, please.
Have you provided that amendment?
No, I just drafted it now.
I'd like to move a procedural motion. Can I move a procedural motion that the motion be put?
But I just
I have do I have a seconder for the procedural motion? Councillor Eveson?
Point of order, please.
Yes?
I thought that there is a clear method within which a meeting should proceed, and the ability for any councillor to just speak over another councillor and all of a sudden there's a procedural motion seems to go cut right across the standing orders.
Which
And so
standing order, Councillor Bull?
the standing orders that govern the way in which this meeting proceeds.
Can you please tell me which standing
saying-
order you're calling a point of order on?
I'm saying it cuts across the standing orders. The rules are under which we operate these meetings. And for the Deputy Mayor to just speak across another councillor like that is not allowed under the standing orders. And so I'm asking for you to rule that that action and therefore this motion that is on the table is out of order.
I'll seek advice from the CEO.
Thank you, and through the chair, I think Councillor Bull is correct. Councillor Earhart did speak against the amendment, and in which case Councillor Earhart cannot move a procedural motion to that effect.
But the amendment's been voted on. We're at the substantive motion.
Yes, the standing orders are clear on that. If someone speaks on that subject, then they... Sorry.
On an amendment.
Sorry, I'll be more specific. I'll read the section to you.
Excuse me, CEO.
No person who has moved, seconded or spoken for or against the substantive motion or any amendment to the substantive motion may move any procedural motion.
So that procedural motion is...
In that case, I apologise.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick, please continue. You've got another amendment.
Yes, please, a different amendment. And I send it to the minute taker. This is adding a new limb. So everything that we have there, it will be limb 1, and I'm adding limb 2, which is, so it won't be 6, it will be limb 2, yeah. And I will read it out. It will be request the CEO to undertake community consultation on the policy and report the outcome and any suggested changes to the Policy Review and Development Committee for consideration by October 2022. And I will clarify, this does not override number 1. So number 1 will still approve the policy as been proposed here. Separately, I'm proposing here that we'll undertake community consultation about what will already be approved to see if we're on the right track and we need to make any revisions.
I'll ask the mover and seconder if they agree to the amendment.
Please.
No, sorry, I'll just check. If you will agree to that amendment as part of the substantive. If not, I'll see if there's a seconder to debate the amendment.
At this moment, I'd rather that go to debate because I have some comments on that.
Okay, so do I have a seconder for this amendment? Councillor Bull. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Thank you. Look, I do recall last week Councillor Ostaszewski said we need to make sure that we are right with what we're doing here. And we cannot be sure if we are right if we're not going back to the community. So many changes have been done and are being proposed again tonight for such an important policy that we have, and we had so many people talking about it. I do not want to make changes in light of Council's decision tonight that will affect the current planting program. So I'm not suggesting to stop the changes to bring changing the opt-in to opt-out, because I think that opt-out is better than opt-in because of what happened. So I'm not suggesting to change it so officers can progress more tree planting. However, I would like to make sure that our community is happy with all the many changes that the council did without consultation. And maybe we did something wrong. You know, maybe we should rectify something. It's not too late. And we are consulting, even though there is no obligation to consult it on such a policy because it's not a planning policy. We consult on so many issues. We consult about libraries. We consult about practices. We consult about services we're doing, even though we're not required. And this is very important. We had so many people talking about this tonight. We have a tree behind you, Madam Mayor. This is our tree. This is what people are expecting us. It's not only the Garden City. We have a tree there. People want to make sure that we are nailing this issue. We are progressing what we should progress. We have new targets. I'm deeply concerned with the proposal here on the table with those changes. I'm concerned that it might bring us backward. If I'm wrong, the community will tell us, no, that's good. So I'll say let the community, let them give them the say in accordance with the urban forest strategy, which requires us to consult on trees issues.
Councillor Ball? Councillor Malik, are you speaking against the amendment?
I'd like to move a procedural.
And the procedural motion is?
To put it to the vote. Original. Back to the original to be put to the vote.
It's in order. Councillor hasn't spoken on this subject.
No, I haven't.
Sorry. That is in order because the councillor hasn't spoken.
No, I haven't spoken on this.
subject, so.
Is it on the amendment or on the... are you putting the amendment to the... you're putting the amendment to...
No, the substantial, the original.
You have to deal with the amendment.
It's the amendment first.
Ah.
Are you putting the amendment
No,
to...
I'll withdraw that.
So we're now asking if there's anyone speaking against the amendment. Councillor Palmer?
Madam Mayor, can I just ask a question on the LIM 2 with regard to community consultation in there? Does this delay the process of tree planting?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, as it reads, it basically endorses the policy to go ahead.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Would anyone like to speak for the amendment? Anyone against? Councillor Ostaszowski?
I'm just hearing what the director just said then. So this here requests the Chief Executive Officer to undertake community consultation on the policy and report the outcome and any suggested changes to the committee by October 2022. So what I'm understanding from this is that the policy, as was already on the table, would go ahead, and this just asks then for further information from the community to see what they think about the policy as it would be already in operation, but to see if anything further needs to be amended or adopted. So what this is saying is that the policy, as I put on the table, goes ahead, but we just then get feedback from the community. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yep. That's the intention. Any other questions?
Yes. In terms of community consultation, what would the city anticipate? What type of time, what type of effort, what type of cost would the city anticipate that taking? What will that do to the city's resources in regards to being able to handle that?
I'll go to the director. I'll go to the CEO.
Through the chair, obviously it would be very difficult to try to predict how much resources would be involved, but I think it would be fair to say that, and everyone around this table would appreciate, that it would be considerable, judging from the number of questions we've had on this topic over the last couple of months, the number of deputations and the number of questions. I would anticipate that there would be literally hundreds of responses of varying kinds. It would place a considerable workload on the organisation. If the consultation was be considered by October, I would suggest we would need to start consultation almost immediately in order to bring back a report or have it completed by, say, the end of September to get it back onto the October agenda. It will be extremely time-consuming.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I just had a quick question, just following on with that. So if it goes to community consultation, there's a report that goes back to the Policy Review Committee and then it goes to Council again. So there'd be further opportunity to make changes at the Policy Committee and at the Council meeting.
Anyone speaking for the amendment? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. Okay, so we're voting on the amendment. All those in favour? That's Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson and myself. The amendment is lost. We're now back to the substantive motion. Anyone speaking against?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, so this is opt-in and opt-out. So we're giving the residents an opportunity to opt out, correct?
It's not opt-in.
Yeah,
It's,
that's what I mean.
I guess.
Yeah. So they're going to receive a letter or get a phone call. So I'm assuming that 15 minutes of officer time for every community member having a tree is going to be very costly indeed. Am I right? Yes.
I'll go to the director.
Yeah, through the chair, the only time we probably deal with the residents is that in a situation where they don't want a tree and they've asked not to have the tree planted, and then we'd basically engage with them and talk it through. In terms of just planting the trees, we'll be just sending out letters saying that we're planning to plant a tree on the verge. It's only when they contact us that we'll engage for further conversation.
Councillor Palmer, would you like to speak? So, Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. You know, I don't agree with some of the rationales that have been put forward. 30% different in the policy is a massive difference, and obviously around the table there's some things that we are not going to agree on, and no matter how much community consultation we do, with respect, it's not going to change that, I don't think, when it comes back to the table. I think we need to adopt some sort of policy, the best policy that we can work out between us and our differences as soon as possible to give the city certainty. I hear from our officers that you know, those conversations, if they need to happen, are going to help support our strategy. You know, I'm not a fan, like I said, of everything that's in this policy. It's not the one I would have written. I mean, it doesn't say 1 million trees in it, does it? But if we are to get to, you know, the 20% canopy by 2030, we need to do something. We need to do it soon. We need to stop the discussion, and if the community doesn't like it, then they need to vote for different councillors.
Anyone against? Councillor Ball.
So the proposed policy, as I read it, does the following. So firstly, it changes a practice that was clearly articulated to the public at least since 2012 on the City of Bayswater's website, which is that pruning is done by the city, not by residents, pruning of street trees. That's been on the City of Bayswater's website since at least 2012. Next, opt-in, opt-out is a new concept. The pre-October version of the policy didn't contemplate opting one way or the other. This is something new, and so it's really important that we don't rewrite history. The previous policy did not talk about opting one way or the other. Now, this allows the resident to have a veto power. So what happens if you have a verge that covers, that abuts 2 residents, and one resident wants that street tree in the verge, and the other one doesn't want the street tree in the verge? Well, we know what happens. The one who doesn't want the street tree is the one who can stop that street tree going in, even though it's a verge that is maintained by both neighbours. Shading of footpaths. So it's a point that was raised by Councillor Peterson-Pick that I think is really salient. These footpaths that are shaded by these public trees are used by people up and down those streets to get to shops, elderly getting to shops. I know many older people need those footpaths to get to Naranda Shopping Centre. So the shading is really, really important, and of course also to schools. There is a concerted effort to get more kids walking to schools, but if those footpaths aren't shaded, then it's going to be even harder to do that. And so if we are creating a scenario where there's the ability for one person to stop a tree going into a verge, then that means the whole community misses out. And when we're making these decisions, we need to make decisions on what's in the best interest of the district as a whole. That is what we need to do. What's in the best interest of the district as a whole now and into the future? There's no consultation. Now, I mentioned earlier that the urban forest strategy and its related policies were underpinned by the aspirational target. Well, that urban forest strategy came out of deep consultation. There was a lot of consultation that was undertaken in order to put that policy right. And if we're going to be changing, that strategy right, and if we're going to be changing policies around that are related to that strategy, then the least we can do is go out to consultation. It is the right thing to do. The other thing is the removal of vandalism signs. The city has no levers to stop tree vandalism. It is so rare to find the person who has done it. And when this proposal was put forward, it was actually groundbreaking in Western Australia, in the metropolitan area. We were one of the first councils that was doing it. And it may not be perfect, but it is pretty much all that we've got. So if we're fair dinkum about protecting and growing tree canopy, then we need to have something to deter people from vandalising street trees. And on this basis, I'm not going to support what is on the table, and I hope councillors understand that this is retrograde. This is not moving us forward. It doesn't create more flexibility. All it does is create a scenario where it's even harder for our officers to do the work that they want to do and that this council has, for at least the last 7 years, probably longer, has asked the organisation to do. And that is to plant trees. Cut the red tape. This builds on red tape. Cut the red tape. I know this council's keen about cutting red tape. Make the policy simple again, and let's get the trees in the ground.
I'm going to speak for the motion. There's been a lot of discussion around this table, online, and even in some local newspapers, about the change made to Council's tree policy in December 2021. Unfortunately, some of that discussion was ill-informed. Worse, some have stoked fears in the community about the number of trees that would continue to be planted under the new policy. Instead of listening to the fear-mongering, let's review the data. The numbers I'm about to read out have been provided to all councillors, so this shouldn't come as a shock to any of you. In 2019, under the old policy, 190 trees were planted on residential verges. In 2020, under the old policy, 590 trees were planted on residential verges. In 2021, under the old policy, 624 trees were planted on residential verges. This year, under the new policy, which requires residents to opt in, so far we have received requests for 1,081 trees to be planted on residential verges. That is an increase of 73% on last year's planting. It is an increase of 83% on 2020. It is an increase of no less than 468% on 2019 figures. This impressive outcome would not have been achieved without the councillors around this table embracing change, believing that by doing things differently, we could achieve a better outcome. By switching from an inflexible policy imposed on residents and ratepayers to a customer-focused policy, a resident-centred policy, a policy which is balanced and which listens to everyone in our community, this year we are delivering the highest number of residential verge trees planted in the city of Bayswater in our recent history. And the best part of this approach? Every single one of the 1,000 plus trees which will be planted is actually wanted by the resident. The resident who will live with it, who will care for it, and who will most be impacted by it. No wasted resources here, unlike previous years. Despite this fantastic result, we can still do better. The further changes to the policy we are considering tonight will help us continue to get more trees planted year upon year because the policy caters to everyone. To the residents and ratepayers who have written to me asking for more trees, we have achieved that. The data is clear. And to the people who have asked for flexibility in managing their verge trees, this policy will achieve that too. You can't argue with results. So I implore councillors not to play politics, but instead to accept the data and vote to adopt this policy. I'll now go to the mover to close.
A question, please.
I've gone to the mover to close.
I press-
Debate's closed.
I have a question, please.
Debate's closed.
I asked
Go
my
ahead.
question before you said that.
I went to the mover to close. Go ahead. Councillor Bull, can you please turn off your microphone?
I have a question to ask.
I'm the presiding member and I've ruled that debate has closed.
After I said I wanted to ask a question.
No.
So you're
it was
not letting me ask
after.
a question.
It was. Councillor Osizowski.
Thank you. I have nothing to add.
Okay, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osizowski, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick and Councillor Bull. That's carried.
Can I please ask my question now?
The debate has finished. We're now moving to item... so those were all the items that were subject to a deputation. We'll now move to the remaining items that have been pulled by councillors. But we need to start with 10.2.1 as that requires an absolute majority. So that's financial reports for the period ended 30 May. Deputy Mayor moving. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnson. Deputy Mayor? Councillor Johnson? Would anyone like to speak against? I'll put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. The next item is 10.2.5, Schedule of Proposed Fees and Charges for 2022-23, pulled by Councillor Bull. Are you moving the officer's recommendation? What are you moving? Would anyone like to move the officer's recommendation? It's 10.2.5, Schedule of Proposed Fees and Charges for 2022-23.
I might have a question on that one, if I may.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to the director, I think I emailed this through yesterday or today as well. Just following up in discussion that we'd had in one of the meetings in relation to community groups being able to access the Rise Community Hall, or at least half of it, in the evenings for meetings free of charge, because even at the discounted rate over the course of 12 meetings a year and stuff, it can be quite onerous for a community, for a registered not-for-profit.
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, so that matter will be dealt through the waiver policy, so rather than including the fees and charges,
Okay.
it will be dealt through that, and we'll bring that through the budget process.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have someone to move this item? Deputy Mayor, do I have a seconder? Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Eason. Anyone like to speak against? If not, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osizowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Bull. The next item is 10.2.6, gas supply contract. Councillor Johnson, you have pulled this. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Yes, with an amendment, please.
I believe the minute taker has that and it's been provided to all councillors. We'll just get that on the screen. Councillor Johnson, if you can just check that that is correct.
Yes, although I might ask for, some slightly amended wording on that because I think I've used the word a request, a business case for electric heat pumps, but really that should just say renewable energy options.
So you'd like to change it?
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to preempt the technology.
Okay, so we'll just get the wording updated.
Renewable energy options. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I mean, this obviously just is an opportunity when we're looking at this gas supply contract. I asked a question at the agenda briefing last week. We're locked, we're not looking under our emissions reduction renewable energy plan to replace the gas burners until 2034. I think technology is going to, and prices are going to, give us opportunities to do that sooner, or they might not. But I think council, before, obviously, we renew this contract, but because that's what's in front of us, but before the next contract is up, for council to have the opportunity to make a decision on whether to continue with gas or go something else.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor? Anyone speaking against? If not, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. The next item is 10.3.1, Low Cost Urban Road Safety Program, pulled by Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, I just want to clarify my declaration of interest on this, actually, that I made a declaration at the agenda briefing, but on review, it doesn't, there's no decision on the area that I live, so I don't have a proximity interest. So I just want to update that. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a mover for this?
Can I have a question first?
Yeah, but it's just moved by Councillor Bull. Yep. And do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull.
Can I just propose an amendment, an additional limb 6, as follows?
Have you provided it to the minute taker?
No. But I can read it out for the minute taker.
Go ahead.
No problems. Okay, limb 6 reads, requests the Chief Executive Officer to seek to liaise with Transition Town Bayswater in respect of design elements and a sustainable approach.
Sustainable, not sustainment.
Sustainer, Dan Bull approach. Yep. Sorry.
Sorry, Dan, do you mind your microphone?
At this point, I do need to make a impartiality interest as being a part of Transition Town Bayswater.
I'll withdraw my seconding of that.
Okay. So do I have a seconder for what's on the table? Councillor Palmer? Councillor Bull?
Thank you. I think this is a really great opportunity to work with Main Roads and the state government to improve the safety of a significant number of precincts within the city of Bayswater, and including precincts that abut other local governments. That also gives us an opportunity to work with other local governments, which is always something that is always a positive thing to be doing. As we went through the first two precincts recently, Transition Town Bayswater did write to all of us, raising a number of opportunities in relation to thinking outside the square when we look to improve the safety of these areas. And I think that, and you know, I've chatted with the director before about this, and I think we shouldn't just dismiss what they have to say. And so let's investigate how these kinds of treatments can be done in a sustainable way and in a way that creates local neighbourhoods that are great for the people who live in those streets as well.
I have a question to the mover. So just to clarify the amendment, so you're saying to seek to liaise with Transition Town Bayswater, yet there's other areas other than Bayswater that are part of this precinct? There's 11 precincts, so can you please clarify?
Yeah, so this isn't about Bayswater. This is about Transition Town Bayswater's ideas around how these projects can be delivered in a more sustainable way, in a way that improves the livability of those streets per se.
For all precincts?
Yeah, that's right. Because my read of their correspondence is general comments, not specifically the suburb of Bayswater. I mean, you could argue that maybe Transition Town Bayswater relates to the city of Bayswater, I don't know. But they have some brilliant ideas that can be potentially rolled out across the entire district and beyond.
Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sitting with this. Nothing's perfect, but the low-cost side of it, we really need to check into and get involved, and that's why places like Transition Town Bayswater, which will take all streets, is terribly important to give us all the views that we need. I'm also concerned that in this, if we don't get involved in this, we need to have our foot in the door. The cushion humps that were in Langley Road at one time, even though they weren't directly on small streets like there are in some areas, are very loud. So we need to sort of be involved in directing away from noisy, disturbing uses of low-cost urban development for safety, so that we have to think of that. There are those ones, as everyone takes an example for, in Fitzgerald Street, and you bump over those. That is not a residential area. So you have a different aspect. So I just need to say to people when they're looking at this, to be very aware that low cost mustn't mean detrimental to residents. Thank you.
Would any Deputy Mayor speaking against?
I've got a question, if I may, and then probably an amendment. I just want to ask through the chair to the officers, pardon me, in relation to the Shern Park area zone, which has been put to phase 2, can I just get clarification as to why they didn't make it into phase 1?
I'll go to the director.
How is it prioritised, in other words? So,
through the chair, this program's not just about the city of Bayswater. It's actually basically takes up the whole metro area. So the projects are divided amongst the whole metro area. Main roads, they've got a scoring system in place that prioritises how these areas are selected, and basically that's how these projects have landed in the different phases. This particular one.
So Main Roads prioritised it, not us?
Yes, that's right. They've got a set of criteria that they use to come up with a priority list.
Is there anything to stop us adding in another area to this, apart from obviously budget, I suppose, but...
Through the chair, if we're talking about adding an entire precinct, I'm not sure whether we can do that, but in terms of expanding some of the areas, we could talk to Main Roads and add in some areas into some of the existing precincts that they've identified. But that will be up to them to decide whether they go with that.
Okay, just to give context to my question, I'm just concerned in relation to that Shern Park area with the 6th Avenue black spot. That was originally black spot funding from a couple of years ago. So it hasn't happened from, I think, 18 months ago, was it here or something like that? So it's 18 months they've been waiting, and then this is pushing it out for another 18 months. So I've got great concerns around that. I'm not familiar with what's going on around the Bayswater Waves road treatment area there, so I don't know why, if there's something there that's triggered that prioritisation. I'm aware of what's happening around the Bayswater train station area there in the Frank Drago zone. I'm just concerned about that one where residents' expectations. It is a safety concern street. And that's the reason why it was identified for black spot funding, and they've been waiting 18 months, and we're now going to say to them to wait until, was it 23, 24 or something like that? So I suppose I'd ask the mover and the seconder, and with guidance from the director, as to how we can add that in to see if Main Roads will include that Shern Park section in there as well, to ensure that that section around that particular black spot intersection is looked at holistically for that zone.
Through the chair, in terms of Shern Park, that particular area is one of the first ones to start in the new financial year. So we'll commence the consultation with the community regarding that one.
That's
pretty
here
much
for a phase 2 area.
Yes, phase 1 are the ones that have just recently been adopted by council to implement on the ground. Phase 2 starts as of 1st of July.
Oh, okay, so my apologies then, I got confused when it was saying that there's part of phase 2 is staged over the 2 financial years. So I assumed because it wasn't in blue, which is the phase 1, so it is going to kick off in the next couple of months. Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me. I still do have an amendment subject to mover and seconder, and I'm happy to debate it as well. If we are putting in limb 6 there, which I will ask Madam Mayor if she could consider doing limb 6 as a separate vote, limb 1 to 5 and then 6 separately. But I would like to ask the mover and seconder if they'd consider also adding in their future Bayswater, if it's in respect of design elements as well as a sustainable approach. Future Bayswater has a plethora of expertise there as well. Yep, no problem. Awesome.
Sorry, the amendment you're saying is to limb 6?
To limb 6, in which case I don't need to have it separated out, which would just be to be liaised with alphabetically future Bayswater and transition town Bayswater in respect of design elements and a sustainable approach. Okay.
So the mover has accepted. Does the seconder accept?
Yes, madam.
Okay. So that's now formed part of the substantive motion. Just make sure that the minute taker captures that.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Just a little bit of information that one of the precincts that was mentioned, which is the Embleton Bayswater area from Embleton Avenue, we've had people being concerned over rat runs, etc. So there is an issue down there. Thank you.
Okay, so now we've got the amended motion. Is anyone speaking against? Anyone for? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes. Thank you. Just a few quick comments. Look, I'm happy to support this. It is fully funded, which is obviously great news for our communities. I do have an expectation, and I did ask questions about it last week, that the city will progress the best treatments for each area, and even if they identified that a better treatment that might not be covered here would be better long term, I would expect it not to be progressed and do the right thing and use the money to progress other low cost. I want to see the best treatment and the suitable treatments in each area, not just because it needs to fit to the categories of this program. I also have an expectation, and I asked about it last week, that it will align with our new hopefully forthcoming bike plan that we just finished consultation, but we still haven't approved. I wouldn't want to have something started done in some intersections and then the bike plan actually identifies those intersections as key for cyclists. Same goes with the safe routes to school. I think all those plans, the DAPE should correspond together to make sure that we also take on board the needs of all users, walkability, cyclability. Transition Town Bayswater specifically, very good addition. They were interested not only with issues in the suburb of Bayswater, they were very helpful recently with the safe routes to school around the Mellons Peninsula Primary School and cared about all areas around the school. So I think it's a good addition here.
Thank you. Anyone against? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
I just want to check, so we're voting on 1 to 5 and then voting on 6?
No,
separately?
we're just voting on the whole.
Okay, I'm happy to split it out.
Pardon?
I'm happy for it to be split out if that's what the Deputy Mayor wants.
I'm happy to vote on it as one thing. So we'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Councillors, I'm going to move. I wanted to adjourn the meeting at 11 o'clock, as I advised. However, there is an item of urgent business that we have. So I would like to move that we bring forward item 13.1. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Eveson. I'll put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Peterson-Pick. So as this item is confidential, can I please have a mover and seconder to go behind closed doors? Councillor Palmer, move. Councillor Eveson, seconded. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Ossowski and Councillor Peterson-Pick. Can we please close the doors? Councillors, I'm moving to adjourn the remainder of this meeting until Monday, the 4th of July at 6:30 p.m. Can I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor? Okay, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor and myself. All those against? Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. Okay. So I now adjourn at 11:14 p.m. 6:30. you.